Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Krillback is here, Cat just got back from meal break and we are ready to start. Tonight we are discussing monthly challenges December 2025. And if you are looking for a certain challenge, just give me a minute, let me explain. So tonight, this is the structure of this video. It will be like 3 hours long, I know, maybe 4 hours long. I do not really know because I have to speak out loud at least 40,000 symbols. That's a lot. I prepare these monthly challenges, monthly guides meticulously. I spend hours of hours into thinking about different options, and this is what we're discussing tonight. So first line will be challenges that kinda deserve to be paying attention to. Challenge number 60 is definitely the hardest of the month. Challenge number 6, challenge number 8, well, sometimes you feel like using something that is good to waste this early, but this month we have magic number Z at challenge number 6, so you might lose to that if you pick something mediocre. Challenge number 8, once again, if you're just using mediocre 2-star champion, there is a chance you might lose, although enemy is actually weak, that's just Azir. Stuff like that. Then we will be discussing some fundamentals, and I'll give a list of useful champions for this month. I now do that. Next we will discuss enemy champions, enemy champion decks, and counters to those champions. We have 0 Irelia this month, we have just 1 Kai'Sa, so pretty good month. I myself, well, if you do not know me, I stream on Twitch, I do YouTube now. I play using 2, 3 and 4 stars champions. I use only free-to-play stuff most of the time. At least that's what I have in my info rate. Sometimes I now do use pay-to-play if I wanna check something, test something, because I just had no opportunity before. This month all 70 challenges took me like 6 hours, I think. Complete run without microphone will be on VOD channel in about 2 days, I think. I just really want to complete all these guides before we get to Nashor campaign. I'm currently at 0 out of 42. So yeah, structure. We discuss enemy champions and then we do these clusters. We discuss these special rules of challenges within one cluster, and then we go to challenges 7 into 12 into 20 into 48, etc, etc, etc. Then we discuss second cluster, then these challenges, then this cluster, these challenges, and so on. That's it. So if you are looking for certain challenges, this is the order. And, well, I guess we can jump into the list of useful champions and fundamentals. So these are champions that feel better than other champions, I guess. Yeah, I know, this list is huge. Now let me explain. So, first of all, just generally speaking about monthly challenges, what you're expected to have, what you're supposed to have. So, usually general recommendation is have champion level of 20, so you can get droid champion at game start. This makes a lot of difference. Currently, if I just had to do these guides 1 year ago, I would probably opt for 2-star champions guide. But right now, we have constellations, we have a huge flow of resources. So we used to have 4 wild shards a day, and just 1 silver vault from weekly, that's it. Now we have bronze vaults daily. We used to have gold vault, but now we have glory store rewards, I guess that kinda counts. We have 5 wild shards. We have battle pass. It's unnecessary to pay for that, but it still has free rewards too. So just generally speaking, when I say that this champion completes this easily, I say that about 3-star champion, because this is just a level that champion wants to be at. Complete constellation takes 540 fragments to be completed, and 3 stars is just 100 fragments. If you're at 2 stars, oh, we've all been there, like, just trust me. Everyone been through this. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, we've completed 70 out of 70 when we had just 2-star champions. Been there, done that. Also, I never use pay-to-play relics in monthly challenges, and I never think that you have any pay-to-play relics yourself. My strategy is you have most of the common relics, most of the rare relics at 1, like if you have Stalker's Blade, maybe just 1, that's it. And it's really good if you happen to have any free-to-play epic relics. But when I say that this champion completes, I usually do not think about having any free-to-play epic relics. So if something is best in slot, I would most likely say that. Anything else to say? Probably that's it. So, list of champions. There are some champions that are just extremely good and extremely strong, and I do not want to say them every time we discuss any challenge, like Aurelian Sol, easily strongest champion, okay, he can complete anything. Jinx, level 3, 3 stars Jinx, is just really strong. And probably you do not want to use Jinx into Undying Rage, but that's it. So she can complete anything, once again. There is no point in saying that Jinx completes this. Swain. Swain, once again, is one of the strongest champions. He is pretty much A+, S- tier at 3 stars, but if you happen to have him at 4 stars, Radiant Party and then 1 upgrade to the north for a Pyromantic Wake, he just demolishes anything. Any adventure, any challenge. He is once again your wild card that can complete just anything. This month we have, I think, 10 Katarinas and 10 Lulu/Adoribus. This month we have 8 Dravens and 6 Ezreals. So just because of Katarina, Veigar is a great choice. He is just generally used to counter Katarina, and we have a lot of them. Spirit Blossom Ahri. The Spirit Blossom event was pretty recent, so I have no shame in saying that Spirit Blossom Ahri is great. Until probably February, I think. In February, I would most likely stop recommending Ahri, Spirit Blossom Ahri, just because this champion just takes too much fragments. 1000 fragments to get full upgrades and 200 wild shards to complete 3-star champion. And Spirit Blossom chests are really just bad. Bad to buy, not worth it. Then in superior tier we also have Yasuo and Evelynn. Yasuo is a common champion, everyone has his fragments. And he really shines this month. He is just generally extremely strong 3-star champion. He's kinda mid, like 6 out of 10, ±0.5 at 2 stars, and he's 9 out of 10 at 3 stars. He just doesn't really need more than that. You need Tempest Blade Rare Relic, you probably want Spell Shield, and that's it. He can complete pretty much anything. Evelynn is just a different Yasuo. You're supposed to use Tempest Blade on Evelynn. You are playing a 4 mana champion, and you can stall, outscale, and control board. So in a way, she just takes a little bit more damage than Yasuo at round 1, round 2, but then you combo, and if you didn't fail to draw Evelynn, you will be just winning, pretty much. She has always been this strong, even before Constellations, so she has always been pretty much A+ S- tier, and she just shines this month. She has her signature spell to remove Evelyn, or Lulu, to remove Katarina, to stop Draven, to stop swap bot. In Ezreal deck, she's really strong. LeBlanc, one of the strongest 3-star champions in the game. LeBlanc, Yasuo, and Morgana, pretty much. So she is just genuinely recommended, and in challenges she is one of the very best champions too. Annie, Samira. We have a couple of minimalists, and also these noxians are really good into Irelia, into Katarina, into things that you need to, like, you need to have removal into Katarina, Zed, and Irelia. And this champion's noxian spell, Death Hand, it just removes enemy. So you can play this champion and Lost Chapter, and you kinda stabilized. I mean, we can take a look at their deck, starting deck, but it's probably unnecessary. Vex. We have, I think, 4 Undying Rages this month, and also we are facing Tryndamere once or twice. So Vex is extremely strong. This time I will show you what's good about Vex, because, well, she's just extremely superior, but you need some upgrade. 2-star Vex is really mid. She's like 4 out of 10, because, well, you're supposed to play kind of control board early game, but you cannot really. Your skills and spells deal damage in Gloom, well, doesn't really do much without certain upgrades. This one, 3 stars, enables controlling the board properly. Explosive Finale is what makes Vex finish games faster, and it just feels better. It's really a strong upgrade. And this one, Star of Discovery for Charging Sigil 3, any damaging spells you acquire in adventures have this. This just makes Vex S tier. In any 2-fight adventure, you will get a shop, and you can roll new spells that will have this upgrade. 1 damage spell will become 5 damage spell. Static Shock, 4 mana, deal 1 to 2 creatures, will become 4 mana, deal 5 to 2 creatures. Insanely strong. That's why Vex is just superior. Misfortune. And also, by the way, if you do not check any Realbacks VODs that I post of completing challenges, and I do not really do any shorts, you can play Jinx, Rare Relic, lose Penance, pay a lot. You will discard your hand, but you will create a lot of Popos, and this way you will enable a lot of board control too. At least that's what I do, and it really helps. Next we have Misfortune. Misfortune is great for several reasons. So you have a free creature every round. Please keep in mind that I am talking about 3-star champion at this point, right? So you have Monkey at round start. It can go offensively, it can go defensively, which means that you are surviving a lot of pressure early on. You can go left side for this extremely strong upgrade. This is epic power. When you summon 1-cost ally, granted +2/+2, so if you're using Plunger -2 mana cost on Misfortune, she will be 1 mana cost and she will get +2/+2. One of the most important upgrades is Make It Rain. +2 damage on 3 targets, that's a lot of damage. And also you can play Misfortune, you can use... oh? You can use this relic, you can use this relic, you can use extra mana from Archangel Staff. Like, so many different options. This one doesn't really need to be used after Constellation, because once you get this Powder Monkey has Challenger, you just do not really need any more challengers. This is usually enough. But once again, Misfortune is really strong after just certain upgrades in her constellation, and at 3 stars she is pretty strong too, and she is really versatile. Just that opportunity to kill several enemies in one round, and you can play that spell several times too. This is amazing. Master Yi, once again, is in the list of superior champions because we have, I think, 6 Price of Progress encounters this month. A lot of them, and he is really strong into them. He is extremely strong into Embrace of the Current, into Vestige of Helia, into Price of Progress. He is kinda good generalist, he's just really boring, so I do not really use himself that much, but it is really good to recommend Master Yi to anyone because he's good into those rules. Tryndamere. Oh boy. Once again, we have Price of Progress, so he's good into those encounters. Although problem is, like, 3-star Tryndamere without Aching Spirit free-to-play Epic Relic isn't just that good. So he is probably weaker than Anivia at that point. But if you happen to have Aching Spirit, that's already enough. Tryndamere doesn't really need much for his win condition. He is a pretty much Titanic ally that can finish enemy on its own. He has Overwhelm, just Entailered Overwhelm. And he is playing his Call to Arms at focus speed, so you need a little bit of luck and something for Call to Arms. Aching Spirit enables that. Price of Progress enables that, it just helps. It's basically 2 spell mana, almost. And this way Tryndamere is really strong. But if you do not have Aching Spirit, Tryndamere is just among other 2 Freljordians in the list below, in the next line. And Nami is in a superior list because, well, we have Bilgewater discounts, and she is really strong into Price of Progress too, into Vestige of Helia, into some other encounters where you probably will be in a need to heal up your own Nexus. Well, Nami can survive. You play Nami, you do not even need extra mana. You just play Grand General's Contraplan and this is enough to heal up. Great. Next line. Oath of the Guardians. We are facing at least 9 Lulus and Adoribus this month, so Oath of the Guardians, superior choice. If you happen to have this free-to-play Epic Relic, great. This is just so much less headache, you wouldn't even imagine. If you do not have that, oh boy. Just saying. Okay, next. Very useful. Gwen and Elise. These are 2 Special Isles champions, and they are really strong into... where is it? They are great into Unstoppable Force and something else. I'm having a headache myself too, so I cannot remember. Well, either way, we have 4 Unstoppable Forces. We didn't have that power special rule in several months, I think. And, well, Gwen is superior into Unstoppable Force here, just generally using Gwen, Elise, maybe Jax, maybe Needly if you have Spectral Scissors and Transmogulator. Sometimes you're using... who else are we using? Well, Swain is great too, but it's really silly to say that Swain is great into something. So yeah, Gwen can heal up if you didn't finish enemy on your second attack. But Gwen requires you to have either level 30, so you can have 3 relic slots, or you want some levels into her champion progress. Just because Unstoppable Force gives you Overwhelm, you do not need that much, and also you can heal up easily. And also Gwen has first attack, so you just use either Corrupted Star Fragment or Death Foil, or you can use Disciple of Shadows if you have that, to level up during enemy attack. So you level up, rally, you have Luden's Tempest to heal up, and that's great, but that requires quite some setup. And Gwen is just so much better at 3 stars. Elise is kinda much better at 3 stars too, but you do not really need that much relics. So it's really hard to say who is better. At really edge cases, Gwen will be able to heal you up. But otherwise, Elise just doesn't really need any setup. You need 1 common relic for Spirit and Impact, and that's already enough. Like, that's it, that's the build. This way, this is up to you to pick what you will be using for only for Unstoppable Force, but please be mindful that one of these champions really is required to easy completion, at 3 stars of course. Next in the list is Shyvana. Shyvana is really not bad into Ezreal, not bad into Draven, not bad into Katarina. She's extremely strong into dutiful service. Like, if we speak about 2-star progression, 3-star progression, 4-star progression, Shyvana is among top champions. She's basically S- tier, because she has that ability to play a creature and remove enemy creature because, well, of that strike mechanic. So you're basically getting +1 tempo and enemy is getting -1 tempo. That's a huge swing. And she is great into this month, and also most of the people probably played recent event, so you just have these fragments of this champion. Next, Volibear and Anivia. We have Fortifying Frost 3 times this month, so it's great to have at least 1 Freljordian champion, besides Tryndamere of course. And pretty much both of these champions are really good. Like, generally speaking, Volibear is among strongest 3-star champions too. You do not even need 4 stars because, well, he is just that strong. Share, please. Anivia can be used in Price of Progress, Anivia can be used in Fortifying Frost, Anivia has pretty interesting gameplay. She also can be used into Minimalist. And Volibear is just generically strong. So this line about very useful is usually about picking 1, but I guess if you have 2 of these champions, it will be even better. Next, Y. I didn't use Y this month even once, but she has Mystic Shot, 2 mana for damage, she has Gotcha, and guess what? All these spells can counter Katarina. I guess we can take a look at noxians. So, starting deck. Mystic Shot, 2 mana cost for damage, great. Gotcha, it can be 2 mana spell to deal 3 into Katarina, great. Now let's take a look at Noxian champions. Any. Starting hand, Death Hand. 3 mana, Death Hand. Deal 2 to an enemy. Constellation, deal 2 more, so this is already 4 damage. This, 2 extra damage, that's 6 damage. And you can also play just Well, any is, yeah, one of these champions, but you can also play just like this. You play any, you get Death Hand, and you just kill Katarina. That's it. Darius. Death Hand for 2 mana. 1 to 3 stars. Plus 2 damage. 2 damage, deal 4. You basically remove enemy's win condition. Next. LeBlanc. Yeah, great. Tamira. Starting deck. Death Hand. 3 mana, deal 4. Great. Swain. Death Hand. Deal 2 for 2 mana, and his constellation is just deal extra damage. Great removal. I guess Mel is on the list too, because, well, Howling Gale, at least 2 damage. Polar Snare, at least 1 damage. It can be upgraded to 2 damage this way. And also her Rebuttal just counters any rough stuff, high stat stuff. And also Y can be used into other encounters. She is kinda generally strong champion. I would say that Warwick is a better Piltover and Zaun champion. He is really strong generalist. If you happen to have just one Stalker's Blade, and you probably are supposed to have Plunder -2 mana cost as a rare relic, well, probably do not. Probably you're not supposed to have it. Anyway, you can use Blood Hunt onto one creature, Blood Hunt onto enemy Nexus. You will trigger Plunder -2 mana cost, play Warwick, which is on play effect, strike a damaged unit. You have Stalker's Blade. You just basically removed 3 enemy creatures in 2 cards, in really close to no mana. Insanely strong. That's why Warwick is in the list. Ekka is in the list because, once again, he has some removals. Timewinder deals quite some damage. And he is like... he got extra stats. He is really useful into a lot of challenges. Fiddlesticks, well, he is kind of special champion. He has his own win condition, so sometimes he can just be not playing by enemy rules, which is really not as bad into Lulu and into some other enemies too. Luxie and Garen. So Luxie is kind of fine into Price of Progress. You just get to play one creature, you have barrier every round for basically free. She can play aggro deck, she is aggro deck basically. You can play aggro, you can just rush enemy Zerg Rush down. You can play Luxie into Unstoppable Force, into Embrace the Current, into... what else? Into Undying Rage too. And we will get to this later anyway. I just do not really want to get out of order. And Garen is in the list. He is just a fine generalist too. He is a nice champion to have if you wanna... he is a fine generalist if you do not know what to waste on weak challenge. He is almost always an answer. And you do not really need any epic relics. You just need one Stalker's Blade. And if you have 2, this is even better. And also his removal. I think I used him into... what challenge? 57 probably? Not 59. Yeah, we are facing Katarina, only the strong. We have several only the strong this month, so Garen and challenge 59, Ornn challenge 66, also Garen into challenge I've seen him 40 in 6, yeah, another Katarina, 36 here. I've used Garen 3 times this month. Understandable. Yeah, there are better champions, I'm just using weaker ones because I'm in no hurry. Generally speaking, this month took me about 6 hours to complete all the 70 challenges. It was a really easy month, probably top 1 or top 2 easiest of this year. We are lacking sorcery, extra spell mana, we are lacking like formidable stuff. Just one dying laughing, that's why Kain is not in the list. Alright, let's get back to this. Next line, selectively useful. So this is where we just have to pick one out of a group of champions, or maybe 2 out of 3. So Mel and Twisted Fate. Misfortune is just so much better than these two. Twisted Fate is pretty much a less reliable Misfortune. Mel kinda too. But she's really fun to play, and she has a lot of options. I guess if you have upgraded Mel, she's the way to go. I just prefer Twisted Fate because of his playstyle. Illaoi, so we have Salty Dogs 3 times, which is a village water discount. And Illaoi is one of the pretty much strongest champions without constellations among LeBlanc. I just would like to use Illaoi whenever I can. Ahri is in the list for several reasons. We can play Giga Ahri. It's the one that it's like my signature build that we use into several different encounters and special rules. I have this video, just look up Giga Ahri, Giga Timo, stuff like that. It's Berserker's Buckle and Chosen by the Stars, and we can also use Sharp Sight. Or we can use Wicked Harvest. I'll get back to Wicked Harvest later. Kai'Sa, Azir, and Nasus. So we also have Dune Striders, at least 4 challenges with Shurima discount. And we gotta pick like 2 of these champions. Nasus is good into aggro because of his 2 stars. But otherwise, Nasus requires a lot of upgrades into stronger challenges. Like you need levels for Siphonia Strike to have -2 mana cost. And you have to get you have to get 8 regeneration, and Siphonia Strike gets burst speed stopwatch upgrade. That's 80 champion fragments for Nasus to become viable in harder challenges. That's why I can never recommend him as a must, but he is a viable pick if you have extra fragments. Azir is currently released. He is a strong champion, at least he seems to be a strong champion. His Shifting Sands upgrade. Shifting Sands... that spell that deals damage and summons 2 soldiers. It gets a lot of upgrades in his starting deck if you get him to high level. So Azir has removal, Azir has extra units, he is supposed to be strong at just 3 stars. And Kai'Sa, pretty much strongest Shuriman champion right now. She's great into Afterimage, she's great into Sovereign's Domination, she's really strong into 2 fights adventures challenges. So it's really nice to have Kai'Sa in your collection. Pretty much just pick 2 out of 3. Next we have 4 Targonians, and also a friendly reminder that Morgana is not a Demacian champion. She is the only Demacian card in her deck. So if you see Dutiful Service, and you type Demacia into your filter, and you see Morgana, do not pick her. She's the only card that will get discount. She is a Targonian. Kayle is one of the best champions, just generally speaking, for challenges. She can do many different challenges, let's just put it this way. But she is never superior. Once again, she's among those champions that jump from 5 to 6 stars out of 10 stars, 5 to 6 out of 10 at 2 stars to 9 out of 10 at 3 stars. Just like Yasuo, you want 3 stars or you would rather not use Kayle at all. Because 2-star Kayle is just a disappointment, pretty much. She's even weaker than 5 out of 10. That is a huge difference. She is able to play spell encounters, spell mana encounters, some repetition, created stuff, created cards, encounters. Even Price of Progress, only the strong is good too. She can do like Bluetooth fight, where you win without contacting with enemy on board. Like you play against Ezreal, Targon Ezreal, you're fed up with Ezreal, he swap bots, he stuns all your units, you're just scaling your Kayle in your hand, with 2 Gatebreakers, you play Kayle, you win instantly. Boom, done. No physical content, you're just blocking. Morgana is a really strong 3-star champion, although she has Constellation right now. She's kinda interesting to have in a collection. She's the only champion with lifesteal. And she's really strong, like good into Draven. So generally speaking, she is strong. But she is just not as strong this month, because Draven is pretty much the only option to use her fully. You can also use Morgana into Undying Rage, I guess, but that's up to you. Leona, Diana, both of these champions belong to a category called one-turn kill, combo kill, kind of. So you play until Chemtech Duplicator, you level up Leona, you kill enemy instantly. Or if you have Diana, you get double attack, you solve the issue of no overwhelm, you kill enemy. And also we have Targonian discount into Gangplank, so just one of these 2 champions belongs to your collection. Darius is in the list because of his Noxian spell, Death Hand. Honestly, his spell is just great. It is -1 mana, you invest 40 after 3 stars, and you can control board that way. But overall, Darius' deck is just not really that enjoyable, in my opinion. Although his deck is something that I have best results playing Nightmares for some reason. Like my best times are using Darius' deck. Just, I have no idea how that happened. And there is also no way I high rolled every time, because I barely if ever play Darius. Aatrox is in the list. Did I say enough? Also 4 stars Darius, stun strongest enemy, is really good. So you upgrade him to 3 stars, he go to one direction, another direction, that 100 more fragments, and he is just really strong at this level of investment. Death Hand is great into Katarina, stun strongest enemy is just generally strong. Like, he's better than mid, but he is kinda versatile in this sense. Next we have Aatrox. One of the very strongest 4-star champions, and his idea once again is you get him to 3 stars, you go into his constellation to upgrade his 4th star, next upgrade, just you cannot miss. It is his next upgrade in constellation, and he is among the strongest 4-star champions. You can complete Lulu, you can heal up in Nightmares. He will not be like crushing enemies, and He will not be able to complete every nightmare adventure, but he is really strong. He is just a general recommendation for Runeterra champion. He needs just that much amount of fragments. He is okay at 3 stars. He is really strong at 4 stars at 160 upgrades, and that's it. Also, in my opinion, he is kind of fun to play. Because that mana discount is... Man, some people just enjoy extra mana and mana discounts. Like, you enable your combo this way. Isn't that cool? You also are playing really strong creatures. Caitlyn is in the list because she is good into Draven. Like, Draven is summoned at the end of the round. And then, round start happens, enemy draws a card, enemy triggers flash bombs. Caitlyn is good into that. Caitlyn is fine into Katarina. Caitlyn is really good with either Grand General's Contraplane or a King Spirit. I myself use a King Spirit. So we have extra spells, extra board control. You do not need much, you will just use Guardian Angel and Stalker's Blade, and that's it pretty much. You will just solve a lot of different adventures this way. I hope this explains a lot. We can also discuss a bit about why that champion is not in the list. Like, action requires a lot to be useful. Ambessa, she is just a worse noxian this month. Ashe is among the weakest Freljordians, so I would not recommend her. Like I already said, that Tryndamere is great, strongest Freljordian if you have a King Spirit this month. Without that, these two are just certainly better, but you probably do not need many of them. Freljordians, I mean. Bard is kinda in a weird spot right now. He is really good with Chemtech Duplicator and at 10 mana encounters, but we do not have many of those this month. Elder Dragon... It's really not his month too. That's all about that. Nar 3 star. He's okay filler, but without free-to-play epic relics, and I'm considering that you do not have many of those, he's kinda mid. Heimerdinger is just a bit worse than other champions from the region. Jack is fine. He's just worse once again than other options. Like, into only the strong, he is fine. You can use double Berserker Buckle, but with just one, he is probably not as strong. He could be in the list, but I decided to add Illaoi. She is just a bit better. Janna, I'm a huge Janna enjoyer, but yeah, once again, better options like Mel and Ekka. Jax. We have Gwen and Elise and kind of Shyvana, which can be used as a 3, 4, 5 mana carry, I guess. She revolves around playing stuff at 3, 4 and 5 mana. And she's just bringing pretty much the same as Jax. I guess Jax is good into combat awareness. And he can win in bundle magic. I guess we can bring him here. Yeah, sure. Jace. He is just not really a great champion, sadly. He's strong in normal adventures, he's not that great into challenges. Jhin. He needs a bit of setup, he is really good. But once again, we can bring him right here, if you have Riptide Battery. But he requires some setup and it's really hard to recommend Jhin. At least, that's what I think. Kayn, unnecessary, we have 0 Irelis, which is the main point. And also we didn't have many stuff for Strength of Stone, so he's not in the list. Kindred can be used a couple of times, but she is really in a bad spot right now. Lee Sin, same, not this month. Lilia is extremely strong, she can be right right here, but if you do not have a King Spirit, she is just not really useful this month. Luxana, well, it's either Garen or Lux, pretty much, I guess. She is really strong. She is good this month, once again, but I cannot really add every champion and discuss every champion. Mordekaiser, no. Nika can be used this month because of price of progress, and she's really good into that. So she requires a King Spirit, Epic Relic. If you don't have that, she's in a bit awkward spot. So you can use a King Spirit or Chameleon's Necklace and Luden's Tempest and Dreadway Chase Gun to finish enemy in this spellcaster fashion. Or if you have a King Spirit and Fear Cleaving Axe, you can use a King Spirit, you summon Nika, you use a King Spirit spell, Shape Shifter, you have Mass Overwhelm, then you use another Shape Shifter, which is basically free already, and this way every Nika, due to Fear Cleaving Axe, will be at like 6-6, 7-7, you'll be just killing enemy in one attack, but that requires at least one free-to-play Epic Relic, preferably 2. That's why I cannot really put her in this tier list. Needly, pretty much same reason, you want Spectral Scissors, otherwise she needs some setup. Nila is in a weird spot right now. I do have a video on Nila, she is great, I enjoy playing her, but it's really hard to recommend Nila. Nora, there are stronger champions, stronger choices this month. Ornn, pretty much same, I decided to include Garen. Like, weird champions, Spirit Blossom champions, well, Spirit Blossom Kindred is great. This one is strong, there just no point in adding him, like, if person plays Spirit Blossom Master Yi, then person probably knows that he is strong. Teemo, same reason. Yasuo, I didn't get to play him, so no opinion. Set is a bit in a weird spot right now, Tahm Kench isn't really required this month. Talia is 7 out of 10, she is not really shining, but she is okay. Giga Ahri or Giga Teemo, I decided to include Giga Ahri. Or King, if you have Spirit of Buru, he is strong, otherwise not really. Weird spot, Thresh unnecessary. Yumi, we have just one legendary small staff, challenge number 33. It can be dealt with other options. Viktor. There are other strong champions too. Viega. I decided that I included these two champions, and Viega is just generally strong, yes. He is pretty much 8.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10. He is really good. He is just genuinely strong, but he is not really shining. If you have him, if you have Disciple of Shadows, great, you use him. It's just about the fact that he is not really that necessary. But 3 out of 3 would use Viega, yeah, sure. Vayne is just a weaker Aatrox, so I just picked one. Alright. So we have discussed list of useful champions and some fundamentals. I guess I can add a bit to that list. Speaking about enemy champions, so we will have Jinx, Misfortune and Fizz, and I would like to notice a couple of relics that are really good. I will soon also have videos about this relic. We have Wicked Harvest, just this one. When you play this champion, you deal 3 to all other units. And you can play that on any low-cost champion to pretty much clear board against Fizz, Misfortune and Jinx. They have weak creatures and this works like a charm, especially if you have Thresh or Nasus. Well, those two are not really easy to play for free, but if you have Disciple of Shadows, that works, kind of. Otherwise, just use it on a low-cost champion. It's also fine to use this one, so it will enable some scaling. Like you can use this on Teemo, you plant shrooms, you get Dart, and then you just shoot your own Teemo. You will get free stats. Great, that works. It works on Ahri too. You just recall Ahri to save all these stacks, but to heal her up due to recall. That's it. Anything else I wanted to add? Yeah, so it is generally recommended to get to level 20 because of that upgrade. Champion level. Droid champion. Next huge power spike is level 25. Equip common relic to your champion. It will unlock this slot. And usually, since champion is a win condition, you probably want this. But also, this one is extremely strong. Game start, create 2 copies of me in your deck. It makes a lot of difference. Like if you're using Valkyrie's Blade as a tool to stabilize on board, this brings a lot of value. If you have 2, oh boy, this is a lot. Or maybe you want... maybe this. Maybe you want this, right? Maybe you want this. Whatever you feel like. Just saying that 3rd common slot, 3rd relic slot is really strong. And of course, then level 30. Like it took me, I don't know, some time and dedication to get to level 25 on every champion and then to level 30 on every champion. My progression was pretty much like I get champions to 2 stars and preferably level 20. I complete challenges on the last week of the month. Then I feel like, well, this one is lacking, this one could use more upgrades, or maybe there is a really good level 27 upgrade or something like that. Usually level 27 is just unnecessary. It is just usually bad. I have no idea why. But once again, a level 25 is great. So I got Veigar to level 25. I got him a spell shield and that's it. My Veigar is right now probably like level 33, I think. 34. And I've leveled him to level 34 just by playing Monthlies and couple of event adventures. That's it. Like, I do not really play him, but he's really cool. This one creates 0 cost darkness. That is at burst speed. Wow, strong. Something about fundamentals again. What could we also add? So every 2-fight adventure will have shop, and if you do not have shop, you might just reroll for support champion. Just take your time, take a look what will be ahead, and sometimes you really want to reroll for a better support champion, but that's fine. Rerolling and high rolling in shop, that's also a skill, kind of. Sometimes you want upgrades, guaranteed upgrades for like Kai'Sa, maybe Nasus. Sometimes you want extra cards. Like on Vex, you would rather have more different cards with those upgrades. And also, you might first find a better card with upgrade in shop and then you roll guaranteed upgrades on cards that you already have to find another upgrade to that card that you just got. That's it. I might be missing something, but let's now go to discussing enemy champions. Do I have any tips for that? So, Zed and Katarina. Of course, I would rather talk about Katarina first, but she's kinda in a line with other noxians, so we are discussing that first. We face Zed 5 times this month. He is a 3-mana champion. He is usually 4-3 or 5-4. He has Will of Ionia for 4 mana. He has several elusive units. He has Ribbon Dancer, which start Blade Dance, and his win condition is to play that, usually, and to play Dusk and Dawn, which is a 4 mana slow spell. So just like with Katarina, just like with Irelia, and actually just like with Yasuo, we want to kill Zed as soon as possible, or kind of CC him, in a way. So Noxians with deal X and damage to enemy is good. Frostbite is good. Stun enemy is also alright. Well, but sometimes you wanna stun enemy before he is attacking, so Yasuo's Steel Tempest isn't really that good. But Yasuo's 3-star upgrade is okay, which it is just a bit rough, because, well, you cannot do a round start upgrade on enemy if enemy has just started the game. So yeah, I usually do not play Yasuo into that, but that's alright. If you need that, you will do that. This month we will use Yasuo on other encounters, harder encounters. Katarina. Katarina was met 10 times this month. She's pretty much our main antagonist of December, of this year, I guess. She is usually a 3-2 creature. Her win condition is... well, our win condition against her is to never let her level up. That's it. Just do whatever you feel like doing. You can let other creatures go through into your face, but we need spells, we need options to kill Katarina. If she has leveled up, we can high roll, top deck another Katarina, and that might be a disaster just out of the blue, because enemies sometimes have a lot of mana. That's it. Usually Katarina is countered by Veigar. That is why Veigar is in just superior tier this month. We can also use Noxians and any other frostbites or maybe stuns. That works too. I would rather say that we do not want to use Tahm Kench into Katarina, because if you're trying to devour Katarina, she will strike in response first. She will level up, she will recall, so it just doesn't really work right now. If you have epic relic big guns, then you can be a little bit more creative. You can play Mel in different builds. You can play Warwick to use Bloodhound to deal 2 damage to 2 creatures, and Katarina is usually 3-2, so Katarina will be just dead. Great. Annie's stun works too. Like, there are some options. Some different options too. Draven. We met 8 Dravens this month. His win condition is that he has infinite value of summoning Dravens at round end. That's it. Without Draven's level up, he doesn't have Overwhelm. And also, he's not as scary as in his own adventure, because Fan Favorite, the special rule from Draven's adventure, gives to strongest enemy Overwhelm. There is just nothing to be scared of if enemy doesn't have Overwhelm, usually. Like, you... When I say that we can sacrifice something, I always think about Kindred or Thresh, like we get Prey, 0-1 creature that is just thrown into double tech Draven and nothing can be done about that in monthly adventures. Like, without Overwhelm, this is great. So, yeah, our win condition is kind of not letting Draven level up. We need a sacrificial lamp from time to time. Sometimes we just let him attack our Nexus. If we do not want him to use any spells in response, we might take 18 damage round 2. Strongest turn of Draven is usually round 2. Luckily we do not have any Chorus of Power this month, so it's not really as deadly. Usually into Draven I use Caitlyn, for already said reason. Draven is summoned at round end, and at round start he draws cards with flash bombs. Profit. Always. You just need to set that up. Yeah, Caitlyn is a little bit weak at 3 stars. If you have mana flow, you're enabling so much more different combinations and protection too. But generally speaking, just use Guardian Angel and Stalker Blade on Caitlyn, and whatever else you feel like. Usually you do not need Spell Shot into Draven, so I would say Chameleon's Necklace or maybe Overwhelm, that should be better. Morgana can be played interestingly into this, because like Draven wants to kill you, Morgana wants to heal up and control the board. It will be fun. And the last tip that I might say is, well, if you gotta block Draven in a bad way, you probably gotta block Draven. If you have to kill Draven that will be resummoned at round end, you just have to, yes. Next, other noxians. Noxians are usually just a generic fight, that's it. Like, nothing to be said about that. Swain's main card is just Swain for 5 mana, and his win condition is a leveled up Swain. Darius is... Darius plays 1 card by 1 card, and the only scary thing is if he already has Darius on board, he plays stun enemy. If you have Darius, rally. But that's if Darius already has Darius on board. Like, if it is already bad, it will become worse, but otherwise he's just a really mediocre fight. Next, Ezreal. I think we have 6 Ezreals and only 4 of them are Targon. This is basically Targon Ezreal. Extremely annoying fight. He will use spells here and there. It's really hard to say what is his win condition. He is just extremely annoying to play against. Like, he can summon workers, Forge Workers round 1, 2 bodies with 3/3 stats. He will grant them extra stats. He will go into your face for at least 10 damage. And he is annoying, yeah. He also has Swap Bot, which is probably the most annoying part of Ezreal. Like, you cannot just go tall against him, you need to also go wide. Like against Yasuo we need to go a little bit tall, a little bit wide, like 3 or 4 creatures. And we just need to be taller than enemy Yone, which is 6'6", 7'7". That's it. Against Ezreal we just need even a wider board and even taller board. And we need options against Swapbot. Ezreal is always elusive unit. He sometimes has Spell Shield. He has a 1 mana stun 2 units. This is pretty much why some people would rather use like Bluetooth fight against him. You probably not always want to win against him on board. By that I mean Curator's Gatebreaker. You can play Y, you can play Kale, you can play... oh boy, forbid, 6 stars Ashe into Ezreal, just because of that. Yeah, that happens. You probably want to play some spells, some spell combos into Ezreal, like any, maybe Mel. This all works too. and I usually used to play Evelynn or Yasuo into him, because this way, yeah, we are letting through attacks, but then we will control board even harder than he is controlling the board, so this is an okay fight. Jinx, Misfortune and Fizz. So they are being countered by Wicked Harvest that I already showed, and I will also have videos about this relic just like tomorrow, I promise. Against Misfortune and Jinx, it is also really strong to have Berserker's Buckle. This is among the strongest rare relics that you can just bring into the game. This relic is also good into Lissandra, I have videos about that, I use that almost every time. And also against Jinx and Fizz, it is generally recommended to use Sharp Sight Relic Luminous Orb +0/+3 in a combination with Berserker's Buckle. But otherwise, these three enemies are extremely weak. Without any special powers, they are just the weakest enemies in challenges. Like if they have Demacian Might 2, Power Overwhelming, Howling Abyss, which is Welcome to the Mother Bridge, Calling for 8, well, that is not really that strong, I guess. They're just weakest, and we call it a buy. Buy in MTG tournaments. My Kai'Sa is skipped. Nautilus, right? Oh, I skipped Lulu. Oh boy. Lulu Adoribus. So we met Lulu 10 times this month. Our strongest follower is being transformed into 1/1 squirrel and it is silenced. So usually you're supposed to use Oath of the Guardian's Epic Relic into Lulu. If you have that, great. Like, you have saved yourself so much neurons, you have saved yourself so much cognitive power, you cannot even believe it. You can play Oath of the Guardian's Star Gem on so many champions. Nila, Annie, Nora, Diana, Jax, Ahri, any 1/2 cost champion basically. And it will be almost a free win. Nika. Otherwise, this is why I'm writing videos, guides. So best in slot would be, actually I have a picture. Let me show you. Adoribus and Lulu updated this one. So usually into Lulu we use Oath of the Guardians, because we wanna be playing champions. Echoing Spirit is in the next line because this is also playing champions. Lilia, you play Lilia. Next round you sleep Lilia, you play another Lilia. That's how it works. Echo, you play Echo, you sacrifice Echo, you play even bigger Echo. Or you go white and tall at the same time. He just needs time. Nora, she can be using Echoing Spirit. You're playing that champion, you can use Corrupted Star Fragment. I do. I do not use Beast Within. I prefer Spectral Scissors. But you can do whatever you want. Kind of. You can play just Corrupted Star Fragment, Chameleon's Necklace, I guess. And Nora also goes white, so she's not really countered by Lulu. That's a great addition. Rindamir, he's playing Echoing Spirit, he's playing champions, and he's playing a whiteboard kind of too, so he's good into Lulu. Diana, you can be playing Echoing Spirit. Ahri, she can be playing Echoing Spirit. And also she's immune to Homecoming and enemy recalls, so you will not be losing any stats. Misfortune, you will be using Echoing Spirit. You can be controlling enemy stealth board by using Make It Rain. Great choice. Next, Solid. Atrox and Vayne at 4 stars. Armed to the Teeth is +2/+2, and equipment stats on a 1/1 squirrel. So even a 1/1 squirrel with equipment can block even strongest enemy of Lulu's deck, unless there is Welcome to the Mother Bridge Elder Dragon. that is just cannot be stopped. Another solid choice would be Spirit Blossom Ari, because ephemeral units, and Fiddlesticks is great into Lulu because she has just like 24 or 28 cards. For Thresh you want Disciple of Shadows and Succubus Brand, so you can play Thresh round 1 at 4 stars. And you will be leveled up instantly and you will pull up another champion, so it works. Bluetooth fights. Mail any Dreadweight Chase Gun, 4 stars Vex and Jhin, and Nika, well, you can do one shot, you can do Dreadweight Chase Gun build, whatever you feel like. Jax, Luxie, Elise, Needly, Zero Crush Strat, combo kill, basically one turn kill, yeah, and Garen and Kayn. You're playing off these two champions. You're using Stalker's Blade most likely, so they just work against Lulu. Great choice. Did I miss anything? Right. I forgot about Crown Guard Inheritance. That's okay. So, yeah, one of the very best rare relics is Crown Guard Inheritance, which is Champions level up is Rally. Great rare relic. Nautilus. We have just 2 of those this month, probably should be skipped, but well, just 2 words about Nautilus. Usually you are playing around Chemtech Duplicator, or you feel really confident about rushing enemy down. If you do not really feel confident, you're probably supposed to play around one turn kill, because he can heal up, he can stun your units, and he heals up just way too much if you're just using it to star underlevel champion. And also you really want to use Spell Shield on your win condition, like if you have Diana, you would rather have Spell Shield as a 3rd relic. Next, Viktor. We faced him 5 times in December. He can high roll Elusive, he can high roll First Attack, Overwhelm, Lifesteal, whatever he feels like. Deathless twice in a row. Pretty much same reasoning. If you do not feel confident about Viktor, you probably want something stronger, like 3 stars something. Otherwise, you can be in a bad situation. And that's why, at least against one Viktor, I do strongly recommend picking Yasuo. At challenge, I think 54 or 57. We will get to that. Yasuo. Yasuo's win condition is leveling up his own Yasuo and then stunning enemy in his attack and with Yone. So he's just a weaker Zed, a weaker Katarina. We want to kill Yasuo as soon as possible, and that's it pretty much. He cannot really rush us down, so even if we just AFK for 4 rounds, 2 enemy attacks, he will not kill us. You have a lot of free rounds, a lot of free mana to develop your pieces, combos, stuff like that. Karma. 10 mana. We made Karma 3 times this month, and I guess she will be discussed later. It's really unnecessary, but just saying. When you see Karma, think about Chemtech Duplicator. What kind of fun do you want to use? What kind of fun do you want to play into Karma? That's it. Alright, that was just intro. Okay, 1 hour intro. And now we will start discussing special rules in our clusters. I'm gonna have a short 1-minute break to drink some water. I'll pause the video and be right back. Alright, we move on. Rise of Progress special rule. Monthly challenges. Can we just get to at least one challenge of this kind? Should be this one. Okay, let me switch some windows. Rise of Progress. Alright. This is the general recommendation for this special rule. Sometimes we want to do the creatures and support them using spells. Sometimes we just want to play spells, especially those that summon creatures, especially that from Bilgewater 1 that is usually 3 mana cost that summons 2 1-cost creatures, right? It will be 1 mana cost to summon 2-cost creatures. Great. Tryndamere is pretty much best in slot for this. We are getting 6, 7, 8 mana cost units for just 3 mana. So if you have mana flow on Tryndamere, you will be playing that spell round 1. I do not have mana flow on a single champion. Well, on Swain, but Swain is just banned in my choices. So yeah, insane value. Next, Master Yi. Strong champion into this special rule and a couple of other special rules. He is just a general recommendation. He is kind of boring to play, boring to level up, so I would totally understand if a person would like play Master Yi a couple of times, maybe 10 adventures early game, then get a 5x experience into Thresh adventure, then 5x, 10x experience into Galio adventure, and that's it. And just never play Master Yi again, only in monthly adventures. Totally understandable. Kale is you play one creature, you use your Blazing of Targon on that creature, and that's it. Nika, at 3 stars you have 2 mana discounts at every round. Round start pretty much, but just generally speaking any round, right? So she is probably one of those champions that you would think about playing into Price of Progress. Luxi, you will have barrier every round, almost for free. Great. Nami, you will play Nami for 4 mana, you will heal up your Nexus as soon as possible. You might be playing around Chemtech Duplicator since you're playing Nami for 4 mana. But this definitely works. Lux, normal Lux, you play Succession, you get extra mana, it's pretty much the same play style without actually getting creatures early, and you're like playing around certain high roll. This can be good, this can be bad. You can use Create Arcane Comet, you can use Chemtech Duplicator, you can place Guardian Angel, several different options. She is fine into this rule. It's just we have this idea of playing Lux normally, and it's almost the same against Price of Progress special rule. Lee Sin, it will be just easier to execute his 3-star power. Even 1-star power will be easier to execute. Like if you have Lee Sin at 2 stars, you can try him at adventure number, challenge number 7, challenge number 12, just to see how it goes. Ambessa 2-star power will be better. Illaoi is in a weird spot right now where she can play both spells and creatures. So we just mulligan into spells and that's it. And if we happen to have shop in challenge, we get to buy more spells in the shop. Jenna, more discounts, cheaper stuff, easier level up. I personally play Jenna in a different playstyle. You can check up my video. It's basically like size matters. I play formidable Jenna, and I find it to be the best, the most stable, and pretty much the strongest playstyle for Jenna. You need just one high roll in a form of Mass Overwhelm, Common Power, and that's it. Mordekaiser. Yeah, he's kinda mediocre as a champion right now. If you have relic setup of Disciple of Shadows and Pact Powder, then Mordekaiser himself will be playable for like 4 mana easily. Without that, it is a bit hard to play him. In this case, you're playing one creature and you're just spamming Deathless. And that's it. Pretty much anything will be solved. Fiddlesticks here, another alternative win condition, so it's fine. Grand General's Counterplan, we can play Nora into this. Like we play Nora for 3 mana. We get Grand General's Counterplan, land more portals in our deck, draw 1. This way we will have more portals, we will also draw even more, and it is really to execute playstyle. Just this, yeah. Aching Spirit. Example, Diana, Caitlyn, Misfortune into certain encounters, this can be used, yeah. And, of course, if we have this relics, Pact Powder, free-to-play epic, Frozen Tomb, free-to-play epic relic, and Hymn of Valor, which will double stats of anyone. Usually Viktor or Varus use Hymn of Valor, and many other champions can use Frozen Tomb, like not just Lee Sin, not just Lux, we can play Heimerdinger, we can play even Pike if you feel like that. Like you will have ephemeral unit on your attack token, on your attacking round, and you will just not really play but summon Pike for free through the Frozen Tomb. I'm not really a fan of Pike, so I never talk about him pretty much, but even with... he's playable even with this kind of special rule, if you have just this relic. I also had an idea of playing Kindred, normal Kindred. We need Guardian Angel, Pact Powder, and either Guardian Orb or Stalker's Blade, but I'm yet to try it. Just when I do monthly challenges, I'm trying to like be a bit faster than usual, so sometimes I do experiments, sometimes I just forget about experiments. Fan favorite. Really nothing much to say about this one. Strongest enemy will get +2/+0 and Overwhelm at round start. This is usually countered by Frostbite or much rather Stun Strongest Enemy. And Stun Strongest Enemy we have 4 stars Darius, we have 3 stars Yasuo, and we have 4 stars Ahri, which is good into this. You can use this information. That's also why Darius is in the list of good champions for this month. Usually this special rule doesn't really make any difference unless enemy is already strong, so it's kind of rich get richer. If enemy is already strong, then we might be forced to use bad traits, so we are not losing health, but otherwise it usually just doesn't matter much. Next. Sovereign's Domination and Afterimage. I do have a list for this one. So best in slot. Now what is what? Okay. Sovereign's Domination is enemy summoned at round start strongest unit that died on our side, player's strongest unit that died last round. And Afterimage, a legendary version of that is round start, enemy summons any strongest unit that was killed this game. This is a huge difference. Into these rules, I would usually recommend Kai'Sa, because Evolve needs to be triggered by player, so if we triggered Evolve and enemy didn't, he will not have Evolve. And also Kai'Sa's 2-star power and mana flow, 5-star power, they are our powers. Enemy will not have them. So all those, if allied unit has 3+ keywords, it gets +2/+2. It will not transfer to enemy too. And our 1 mana cost 2/2 Voidling, which eventually becomes a 6/6 almost Titanic unit. When it gets revived on enemy side, it will be still 2/2 Voidling. Great. Aatrox and Vayne are in the list because of 4-star upgrade, Armed to the Teeth. We have equipment that will not be transferred, we have Armed to the Teeth. They are just junior strong champions. They are really nice to recommend to beginner and advanced intermediate players. If you are just looking a way to improve your collection, these are great 4-star champions. Caitlyn is using Eking Spirit, and some of Eking Spirit champions are just right here in the best in slot column row. And also, like, all those extra flash bomb traps are fine into Afterimage and Sovereign's Domination. Afterimage's problem is enemy will have extra blocker and extra attacker every round. So it is a bit rough to do cheap damage into enemy, and it might be a bit harder to defend yourself. If enemy has iterative enhancements and game lasts like 10 rounds, enemy will have 8/8 from turret mod that we currently have in weekly adventure, and 8/8 ephemeral from Afterimage. So yeah, it can be a bit rough in late game. Caitlyn is kind of fun into that, at least in my opinion. And she is using Eking Spirit. Lilia, she is using Eking Spirit. She is scaling usually faster than enemy. You use 1 Stalker's Blade and 1 Guardian Orb. This is the best combination for Lilia. You're just scaling usually better than enemy. Like, you will stabilize round 3, round 4, and from that moment you will be just better. LeBlanc, Ekka, we use Stalker's Blades, we are playing our champion, we use Eking Spirit. Considering this combination of relics, they are just in S tier. Eking Spirits, any Eking Spirit champion is good into Sovereign's Domination and Afterimage just by default. Oath of the Guardians, we are playing champions, pretty much same idea, it's just it is less reliable, because we need to not low roll, pretty much. That's it. That's why it is not really in that color. Makes sense one. Ambessa is killing, those buffs are pretty much local to player. Kayn, combat buffs, Illaoi. Tentacle will not be transferred at its full power to enemy. Anivia, combat buffs, temporary buffs in a way. Those buffs will not be transferred to enemy, and it's also not really that hard to finish enemy using either of these champions. You're supposed to have kind of any kind of overwhelm on Anivia. Illaoi has inbuilt overwhelm, and Rust of Kayn also has overwhelm, or at least elusive. Any, you're using your spells and skills to kill enemy. They are boosted by Annie's 3-star power. Without that, those skills are not really that threatening. Usually it is not really that hard to finish enemy using Annie. Elder Dragon kind of counters this one in a, like, not... how do I put it? He does not necessarily counter Afterimage or Sovereign's Domination, but you're usually strong enough to trade 1 for 2, and it is easier for Elder Dragon to finish enemy due to his level up. Lee Sin, easier to finish enemy too, and those buffs are temporary. Combo kill pretty much speaks for itself. A Hymn of Valor, temporary buff, makes sense to temporary buff, Shyvana is just really strong. And also extra enemies work in favor of Shyvana, Thresh and Nasus. And in favor of Yasuo and Volibear. And probably if we are underleveled, underdeveloped, we might refrain from using these champions from the row below. Evelynn might get a Spell Shield Husk. Gwen will transfer hollowed units to enemy if we are fighting Sovereign's Domination. Viego will transfer mists to enemy. Mordekaiser wants his allies to die, so enemy will always have at least something. Speed Blossom Kindred will transfer the beast to enemy, so be mindful about that. Ornn and Jax, they have improvising units, so you probably do not want to give enemy opportunity to get random equipment, otherwise this is just extra value for enemy. We will have Sovereign's Domination and Afterimage just once this month, but I guess that was necessary for the guide. Power overwhelming. Okay, what do we have here? We have just one of those two. We'll face power overwhelming just at challenge number 60, so just I think I have already done a video about that. Like, it is probably not necessary to discuss all these things. First line is the one that scales 2. Second line is, starting with Viktor, they do scale, but they are just a bit worse than the first line. And, well, self-explanatory pretty much. Then we have Vestige of Helia. This is the one, challenge 55, right? Where, I guess we can move to that one. Vestige of Helia. All spells cost 1 less, all units have Spell Shield. So, looking at that Spell Shield, it means that we are playing through the table. We cannot, like, use kill spells, we cannot use any lightnings, any burn to kill enemies. We need to play through board control if we want to survive. We need to play creatures. And speaking about all spells cost 1 less, we probably want to use buffs, because enemy cannot kill our units too. So we are just using buffs to scale on board. I usually pick Luxie into this special rule, but Master Yi is kind of best in slot right here. We can use Master Yi in Rise of Progress. Well, it's up to you what to use where. Usually I used to use Varus into Vestige of Helia. It doesn't really matter, we have different options. We have Luxie, we have Nami, we have Kayle, we can use Lilia, we can use Kayn, we can use Diana, Eking Spirit Diana especially. We can use Aatrox and Vayne. Sometimes this Vestige of Helia just enables like extra relic slot if we were looking for this kind of relic into enemy. Aatrox Vayne 4 stars, Giga Ari can be fine. Yeah, I guess that's it. Master Yi, Luxie, Echo, Nami Kayle using spells, Lilia if enemy is like strong. We just play Lilia, Stalker's Blade, we scale Lilia into another Lilia, Stalker's Blade, Guardian Orb to scale everything. Kayn can heal up, Giga Ari if we really need that. 4 stars Aatrox Vayne and Varus is usually my go-to. Savage Mysticism, we just use Chemtech Duplicator for that, or any heavyweight stuff. Mountain Peak. I think I have a list for that. Yeah, I do. So into Mountain Peak, every round we draw one more, and one of the cards will be cheap, 0 cost. We can walk out our heavyweight units, like Mordekaiser, Orin, Aatrox, Nasus, but I usually recommend using mid-game champions, mid-game decks. Well, you just cannot really low roll using mid deck into this power. And if you get heavyweight and you low roll and enemy high rolls, it is a bad situation to be in. Also this month we have like Katarina into Mountain Peak, which is... this is really not a great month for heavyweights, sadly. But usually, yeah, this is kind of the list. Elgor Dragon, obviously. Nautilus is really good into the Mountain Peak because we will draw one more, which means that we will also toss one more. Mordekaiser, his deck is fairly lightweight. He has 1, 2, 3 costs mostly, and he's the only high cost creature in his deck. Orin, pretty much the same. He is a bit more mid-rangey, but we can high roll free Orin. Tryndamere, Leona, Bard, Nasus, yeah, kind of. Aatrox should be in the list too. Tima, Caitlyn, Spirit Blossom Tima, because enemy will draw more, it will trigger more traps. And yeah, that's traps. Spirit Blossom Yasuo should be in the list too, I guess. And 2 stars Volibear, 2 stars Kale, just in case if you really need to use something. I would rather use them at 3 stars because this just day and night difference. Alright, we go to challenges now. Finally. Challenge number 7, Price of Progress. This is really not much, right? Probably you are not here for this challenge. I guess we just use Price of Progress card as a hint, and that's it. I completed this using Mastery. I do not know what lies ahead. I have no idea how many Price of Progress challenges it will be ahead, so I just use kind of best slot champion right away. We didn't have that many Price of Progresses before, so I felt pretty confident about using that. Well, right now, seeing that we will have Price of Progress like 6 times, 7, 12, 20, 48, 60, 69, yeah, all of these are, should be Price of Progress. I would recommend something else for this one from the list. 12, pretty much the same. We have discussed Jinx, we have discussed Price of Progress. Disarm doesn't really do much. We can use even Wicked Harvest, we can use Berserker's Buckle into this, it should be easy. I used Illaoi, and I also probably used Wicked Harvest, I'm not sure, but... well, our win condition just is 5 mana cost creature, right? Champion. I'm using spells just to style on enemy. That's kind of the way to play challenges. Challenge number 20. Same. We have discussed that. We have discussed Price of Progress. It should be easy. Used Luxie. 48. It should be Sovereign's Domination Misfortune. Calling for 8. Sovereign's Domination. So this month I'm not really discussing 2 special rules. Calling for 8 and Welcome to the Murder Breach, which spawns Holy Abyss for enemy. Because this is just like weird to discuss these 2 special rules. We cannot consider every possible outcome. It is, generally speaking, uneasy to see enemy high rolling Kindred from Holy Abyss, because it just kills another unit for free. Yeah. Other than that, it shouldn't be much of a problem, especially calling for it, because this is round 7. Round 7! It never happens. Okay, this one. Misfortune, Sovereign's Domination, and Price of Progress. Misfortune is extremely easy enemy. We are just using Price of Progress card. We do not take bad trades. We should be mindful about Sovereign's Domination. And I'd guess that I would say that any champion from the first line of this card should be really good. Like basically any champion. Pick any champion. Challenge number 60. Draven. Power overwhelming, fan favorite, price of progress. Fan favorite and Draven. PO into this is a bit rough. So this is the hardest challenge of this month. And of course, I would just recommend to use something really exceptional from your collection against this. This can be Swain, this can be Aurelian Soul. Jinx is a bit awkward into Tryndamere, into Undying Rage. If you have Jinx with Mana Flow and 2 extra upgrade to the north, Popo has +2 damage, then it is easily beatable. Without that, I do not have that because I do not have Mana Flow. It is a bit awkward. So I would say that I used Tryndamere 4 stars. It was way too close. I was using like whatever build because I got a gift at that moment. I just was careless. But yeah, you can easily low roll using Tryndamere. And I struggled using 4 stars Tryndamere. And Eking Spirit too. So I would say that I would rather pick Vex 4 stars or at least 3 stars Yasuo. 3 stars Yasuo should be fine into Power Overwhelming, he should be fine into Draven, he should be fine into Tryndamere. He just kind of scales, outscales, and it shouldn't be an equal fight. 4 stars Vex, you just give Gloom to enemies and you kill enemy faster than Power Overwhelming is killing enemies. Fiddlesticks can be fine too, but you need to be careful. You need probably 4 stars. You should have either Guardian Angel or Eking Spirit. You can use double Chameleon's Necklace preferably. Due to Price of Progress, at one point you will just use Fiddlesticks spell into Fiddlesticks spell. This will pretty much solve this issue, but no guarantees, I guess, because they're just too gloom. Yasuo should be stronger, Evelynn should be stronger, Vex should be stronger than Fiddlesticks. If I had an opportunity to use Aurelian Soul, I probably would have used Aurelian Soul. Even 2 stars should be enough. 4 stars definitely easy fight. If you complete this challenge and you still have 1 Jinx run left, you will probably complete all other 10 adventures challenges too, because, well, all other adventures challenges are just easier than this one. Challenge number 69. Nice. Mana Leak, find favorite, price of progress. So for this one, Mana Leak probably isn't an issue. Enemy has a spell that we just used. It will have fleeting spell of what we just used without any upgrades. So let's say we used Veigar's Darkness at burst speed for 0 mana. It will become slow speed 3 mana darkness. It is just bad. So this Mana Leak is almost never an issue. It is easy. Also enemies, well, these two are not really threatening. So we are just fighting Price of Progress and Vicious Enemy. And these 2 enemies. That's it. I would use Master Yi, Kayle, Tryndamere, Nami or Nika. Because of fan favorite, I guess we are supposed to have some extra Nexus health, like obviously 35 is just mandatory. I would rather have 40, 42, 44 to be like confident, okay? When you have 44, you should be confident. Just being non-confident is not an option. 35, a bit questionable. It might be just not enough. Just not enough. Like by 2. I did the math. I forgot my math, but it was about 2 health, yeah. Next challenge 55. Vestige of Helion fan favorite. So we have discussed Vestige of Helia. I do not even know what to add. Like, I had 10 champions in the list. Kai'Sa is strong round 2, round 3, round 4. So we need strong early game. We need to be strong even round 2. That's why I usually use something like Misfortune, but we have Vestige of Helia, so we need to be playing through the board. I guess I would use Luxi or Master Yi. That's it. Gangplank. Oh boy. We are just paying attention to Dreadway special rule and that's it. Challenge 23. Jinx, Solo Jinx, Savage Mysticism and Fan Favorite. Pretty much easiest challenge of the month. We can use anything, doesn't really matter. We can use Berserker's Buckle, we can use Wicked Harvest, we can use almost any champion. We can play Chemtech Duplicator, we might not play Chemtech Duplicator, it should be easy. Okay, next, 18. Katarina and Mountain Peak. So because of Katarina, I would say that we just ignore the Mountain Peak's hints, like that card, and we're just playing around Katarina. We have discussed Katarina in list of useful champions, in Katarina as a champion earlier, right? We have discussed Katarina here and here too, so this one shouldn't be an issue. Fixed upper will almost always grant extra stats to Katarina, so be mindful that you shouldn't just wait, like, it is not an option. Play smart. I completed this one with Viktor. Next we have 3 more mountain peaks. 24 is enemy heals 3, vicious enemy and mountain peak. Yes. Well, this is just Caitlyn, nothing much. Against traps you can use Berserker's Buckle, you can use Toughness, you can use Regeneration. Mountain Peak means that you will draw 1 more and you will trigger 1 more trap pretty much every round, but this shouldn't be hard. Like, I used Ornn and you can use many different heroes, champions, decks. Especially if you use Berserker's Buckle, like, that thing works like a charm. Challenge 32. Calling for 8, Mountain Peak, mini boss Katarina, final boss Lulu. I dislike playing against Lulu, and Katarina can just be a nightmare of beginners. So this one is a scary challenge actually. First priority should be countering Katarina. Second priority is thinking about how you would win against Lulu using the deck that you picked against Katarina. That's pretty much it. Veigar is top champion against this. I usually do not say that, but Swain is a good choice. If you have underleveled Swain, then this should be a fine option. I just almost never say that Swain is good because he's just broken in a way. I used Veigar obviously into Katarina. Any other noxian should be fine too. And then we have challenge 56. I think it should be Lulu into Katarina. Oh no, this is Ezreal into Fizz, right? Afterimage. Afterimage this. This is Targon Ezreal. We have discussed Fizz. We have discussed Ezreal at the beginning of the video. We have discussed Afterimage a lot, right? Thoroughly. We have discussed Mountain Peak. We do not have vicious enemy in this challenge, so there are just no traps pretty much. Fizz is easy. Ezreal, we have discussed a lot of Ezreal tricks. Just use like hints, use the discussion that we had before, and that's it. As I said, I prefer mid-range into Mountain Peak, so I would use Aatrox. I completed this using Shyvana, and you probably do have Shyvana, right? All you need is just Stalker's Blade and Chameleon's Necklace to be pretty much certain about drawing your Shyvana and just killing at least 2 enemies as soon as you play Shyvana. Great. That's it for our cluster number 1. Why are we here, by the way? Muted? No, I'm not muted. You're muted. Okay, next cluster. Mana Leak. Cluster number 2. Like I said, we play spell. Enemy gets fleeting copy of that spell without any upgrades. It will be discarded at round end. Enemy doesn't get any upgrades of that spell. It will be easy. Like, it barely if ever matters. Just... it shouldn't be a problem. Like, if you have a clip of this actually helping enemy, dude, just leave it in the comments. I have never seen it, and I'm playing this game for like years. It's been, yeah, I think it's been quite some time. Embrace the Current. I actually have a list of good champions into this one. So this special rule is something special. It always benefits us and never benefits enemy. So if it is good, it is good. We can also pick, like, I think it is challenge 11. Yeah. Dude, I picked Piked into this, like, why? I picked the worst champion into this. This streamer is way too funny sometimes. Yeah. There are just way too many champions that are good into this special rule, and I guess this is just the list that is most helpful. We can use Nami, once again Master Yi, Lee Sin is helpful, Jack is good at 3 stars. Echo is predicting a lot, especially if you're using at least one Stalker's Blade. Garen, after every single combat he will get 1 mana cashback. Nar is fine, he has spell every round. Lux is Barrier, Warwick's Bloodhunt, etc, etc, etc. Next we have Salty Dogs. In like 95% cases, in 97% cases, maybe even more, we are supposed to use champion from the said region. Never mind. Right now I do not have like 2-star, 3-star, 4-star tier lists, but I want to do them within a month. So soon I will be just appealing to them. Right now, what can I say? And especially speaking about this month in particular. Misfortune, easily strongest Bilgewater champion. It's like objectively. If you invest just a little into Constellation, just like I showed into the list of useful champions, she is just the champion. Twisted Fate, he is my kind of favorite. You need just a little of extra mana to start to get going. You'll be playing wildcard every round, that's a lot of value. Sometimes you need just this one mana. It's like, imagine you're playing with mana flow. Yeah, same. Sometimes you need extra spell mana. That's why I really enjoy playing Twisted Fate into Fizz Adventure, Nightmare Adventure. Like, if I just wanna play Legends of Runeterra and I do not know what to do, I might just play one game of Twisted Fate. Just for fun, I enjoy that. He has great potential, and especially considering he has like higher education, if you just get mass overwhelm, it will be even better. I do not upgrade that. I do not want to change my playstyle. I want him to be 5 stars without higher education because I do not want to change my playstyle. That's it. Illaoi, I use her a lot. She is strong. Even now, like, you are winning against almost any enemy at 4 or 5 mana if you didn't do any specific sacrifices. You just kill enemy. She's insanely strong. Kench. Tahm Kench is pretty much a required champion in anyone's collection. He is a really strong beast if you know how to use him. I guess I need to do a video about monthly challenges. Like, he is really necessary in a collection. Fortifying Frosts. Same thing, in 95% cases or even more, we are just using Freljordan champions. This month we had Tryndamere. That is really good into Price of Progress, especially if you have Eking Spirit, otherwise just use Chameleon's Necklace. Volibear 3 stars is almost one of the best 3-star champions. He kind of struggles a bit into nightmares, into really high enemy stats, but generally speaking he is really strong. Like, in most cases he is more than viable. I personally am using 4 stars Volibear, and I complete, well, just this month I completed 6.5 nightmare on the first go. This one. And I use 0 epic relics on him. I use just double Stalker's Blade and Guardian Angel. You do not need more than that. He is just the champion, kind of. Anivia is fine. Anivia is a bit awkward at 2 mana right now. She needs more than just one upgrade for her deck to be strong, but once you get at least more than one upgrade for her combo, you will execute a lot of strong stuff. You will get option to play this, you get option to play Anivia as soon as possible, and then you will be enlightened. She is really nice. She works into Price of Progress, she works into Fortifying Frost, into several different encounters. She is fine. This month she is useful. And she is a recent addition to Path of Champions. That's one of the reasons why I want to recommend her in many fights, but in a couple of months I will probably reconsider this. I have no idea about that right now. I will think about it a bit more in upcoming future. Blade in the Darkness. This is Zed's special rule. Anyone can get this special rule right now. Enemies' strongest unit will trigger all on-strike, on-hit effects. So if there is Demacian Might, that unit will get +2/+2 or +1/+1. If that enemy is slain, he will also strike our Nexus for 3, or maybe even AoE our whole board. That will later, next round, trigger Suffer. That can be really devastating. Sometimes this rule means nothing. Like, enemy can hit us for 1 using elusive unit and then 1 again. It just makes no difference. But sometimes it can be deadly. Just 1 or 2 months ago there was Swain challenge number 70. Enemy plays Chorus of Power and forced workout special rules. So he gets Swain round 2. He triggers, he hits our Nexus by any means. He uses Swain to strike. Then Blade of the Darkness happens, and due to forced workout he has twice as much damage, and then twice as much damage, and then that's also Overwhelm, and oh boy, 50 damage easily. Yeah, sometimes, usually it is just, this rule brings nothing to table control, but sometimes it forces us to make really bad trades. Celestial Guidance. As per usual, we usually use Targonian champions into this rule. This month we have 3 Targonian discounts, and just like we discussed in list of useful champions, we gotta pick 2 out of 4 pretty much. Leona and Diana serve pretty much the very same idea. You combo kill, 1-shot kill, 2-shot kill enemy, so you pick one of those. Kayle is just universally good, but you definitely need 3-star Kayle. You might not get Sacred Technique Epic Relic, which boosts her a lot, but 3 stars is a really wanted upgrade. And what else? Morgana? Morgana is great. Only the strong. Okay, I have a card for this one. Generally speaking, we pick our favorite unit and we play like single player role-playing game. And we want to buff units as soon as possible. Jack is in the list. So sometimes champions are in the list because this is the special rule where we want to use champions in. So Jack isn't really exceptional in anything, but if you use double Berserker's Buckle, he will be scaling like crazy. He will be insanely strong, and this is one of those special rules where you can just play the game using one champion. He has Overwhelm if he is level 2. He has extra rally if you got enough coins. So yeah, he is good into this special rule. Garen, you're skilling one unit. You can play any small body that you will be sacrificing later. Then you play Garen using Stalker's Blade. You scale Garen and that's fine. Kayn, same purpose. Tahm Kench, Berserker's Buckle. Kayle, you're using buffs. Vi, she has some buffs at her 3 stars. Gwen kind of wants to stall the game. You have 3-star upgrade that will just give a lot of stats to anyone attacking. You just need pretty much Overwhelm, or at one point you'll play Gwen and you will snip enemy in one attack. With Blossom Ari, she has ephemerals, she doesn't care. You can use Corrupted Star Fragments, you can use temporary buffs, you can... yeah, that's it. Extreme. Thresh is an interesting choice, because there will be sacrifices all over the place, and one of the units will get all those keywords. Sometimes it works like a charm, sometimes if enemy has kill spells, it will not be that fancy, because you can transfer just keywords efficiently. If round 2 6 units died, and all those +1/+1 6 times transferred to 1 unit for next round due to his 3-star power, well, then we just have 1 buffed unit, and if this 1 buffed unit dies, next unit that we summon will get only +1/+1 and all of those keywords. So a lot of keywords with low stats sometimes is like skill without strength. I guess that explains it correctly. Damascene might too. I have a list for this one too. This is unnecessary, but it works. This is pretty much an extremely threatening mod, because, well, power overwhelming scales using time, but usually you're winning like round 5, round 6. If you do not win round 6, you're like, you either have a plan or you're undeveloped, under-geared. And here, enemy might have blade dances, or free attacks, or double attacks, or overwhelm, and if enemy attacks more than once around, Damascene Might is just insanely strong in that way. Like, if enemy has Scout, special rule, combat awareness, oh boy, that will be something. So yeah, this is a really bad combination if enemy has Damascene Might and combat awareness, or say Z, Irelia, Blade in the Darkness, double attack. Just, I guess you can... I don't think I really need to explain this one. We can kill enemies using spells, which also works against Katarina. We can outscale enemy instantly, because these champions just grant instantly better stats than enemy has at the moment of round 1, round 2. So if enemy doesn't strike, he doesn't get stats, and enemy will not get those stats, because this line, Kai'Sa, Aatrox, Vayne, they are just stronger by almost default. You have to work for those upgrades on Viega and Yuumi, but they are really strong too. And control, yeah. Morgana is control, pure control, Yasuo is kind of control. Caitlyn is interesting, and Nasus grants enemies a lot of minus stats. He has kill spells, he has interesting ideas. Next, Hammerhage. Nothing much really to add. It's just, it does what is written, like, it combos only with your Nexus health. Chronicle of Ruin. Chronicle of Ruin is supposed to be a fun per hour mod. You're supposed to play on summon effects like Guardian Angel, Star Gems, and Guardian Orbs in any combination. You're supposed to use Guardian Angel and choose of the following: Star Gems or Guardian Orbs. You can also use Stalker's Blades if you're not feeling confident. Challenge 68 is Chronicle of Ruin and Katarina, so you might wanna use Guardian Angel and Stalker's Blades just in case. But this is probably unnecessary. And if you're playing Annie or Mel into this special rule Chronicle of Ruin, you might use Dreadway Chase Gun. That works too. I think I probably have a list. Do I? No, I do not. I have it written. So we can use 4 stars Vex, 4 stars Jhin. Explosive Finale. It works like a charm into Chronicle of Ruin. This is just generally speaking best in slot. Any low-cost champion for Guardian Angel and Star Gems or Guardian Orbs. We can use Stalker's Blades, we can use any Mel for Dreadway Chase Gun, and we do not want to use Thresh, Nasus or Illaoi pretty much, because their scaling will be ruined. Tentacle will be always reset to 1-1, Nasus will be reset, all his buffs will not matter, I mean those that he gets from 3-star upgrade, and Thresh, same problem. Alright, so we go to special, we have discussed special rules, we go to challenges. 61, Mana Leak and Fortifying Forests. Mana Leak doesn't matter, Fortifying Frost has been discussed, we use Volibear, we can use Anivia preferably into this, doesn't really matter, we can use Wicked Harvest into Fizz. Generally, we do not want to go into 9 mana, 10 mana fights against Thresh, because he has Ledros and another huge creature that kills 2 of our creatures. That's it. We can use Chemtech Duplicator if we really want to, just too many options. But usually we just play around Fortifying Frosts, yeah. 64. Draven, Mana Leak and Salty Dogs. This is just a bit problematic, in a way that we want to use Salty Dogs correctly, but there are just no good champions into Draven among Bilgewater. That's it. So I just use Misfortune, but you know, this is not as hard Draven as it was in challenge, like... Which one was that? Yeah, that one is definitely the hardest, but we also have another one. I don't remember where, but there was a harder Draven that we will discuss too. This one, Undying Rage. This just looks menacing, but it is supposed to be easier. Yeah. Don't really know what to say. Bilgewater and Draven has extra mana. We want to be attacking second, because round 2 is Draven's best round. He will get Draven for free. He gets to play like 4 mana of creatures round 1. He can do whatever, or maybe even get overwhelming unit round 2. Maybe he will have the midnight raid guy. So this can be scary. I would definitely use Misfortune as a best Bilgewater champion. Twisted Fate is alright. We wanna get either red card to AoE enemy down, or golden card, maybe even 2 of those, to stun Draven and someone else. If you have like 4-star Spike and Nautilus, you can use them. But honestly, I would rather probably play Tahm Kench, Illaoi or Nami at 3 stars than 4 stars Naut or Pike. That's it. And just because this is Draven, I would also use Yasuo or Caitlyn or maybe Morgana. We can use this Salty Dogs discount for a support champion, and because there is no second fight, there will be no shop, and we're just rolling for a champion. We can roll for Shadow Totem upgrade on unit to get extra blocker for enemy attack. Shadow Totem, maybe some extra units from Bilgewater at a support champion, or maybe any upgrade. I guess that's it. Then challenges 10 and 11. This one is Karma and Taliyah. Taliyah is easiest enemy. Karma is 10 mana champion, so this is just free. I used Nila. Wake up, babe. New Nil attack just dropped. We have this video on the channel. You can look it up for most enjoyable Nila gameplay that really works against Karma, because you have just enough extra mana to like have fun and joy, as Nil would say. Next challenge 11. Salty Dogs, Embrace the Current, Heroics, nothing much. We just... I used least good champion for this. I used Pike. So any 3-star champion should be good into this. I'm feeling a lot of hype playing Illaoi this month, so I'd like to mention playing Illaoi, especially against Toughness. Nami is fine, like we have Embrace the Current, we can heal up, we can use Berserker's Buckle to counter Ezreal's Static Shocks, we can use Spell Shield, we can use Guardian Angel. I probably just didn't feel like playing Nami into Hardy Fist. But once again, this is unnecessary logic. I used worst champion for this challenge. It should be fine. 65. Big Fist, Embrace the Current. Big Fist Misfortune, Big Fist Thresh. So round 1 we probably will not be as explosive as we used to be. But that's it. Misfortune has low damage. She has pretty bad deck. She is weak. Thresh is just a little bit scary, but really not. This is not much. I would choose a champion for Embrace the Current special rule, and then I would try to find any draw more cards upgrades in a shop and among super champion. That's pretty much my win condition. Like, I used Nami for Embrace the Current. I just heal up and this is easy. I would say that even Garen can complete it easily. Just, yeah, my win condition here is to play around Embrace the Current while choosing a champion and get any kind of extra draw in a shop. So we will have more options for this Embrace the Current. Challenge number 60. Jordan discount, formless magic. This is just other noxians. This should be easy. We play any Jordan. This is whatever. If we lose, this is a skill issue. 46. This can be a bit rough. Blades in the Darkness. Katarina can level up because of Blades in the Darkness, Fortifying Frost. Well, both Draven and Katarina are getting countered by Frostbites, and we have Frostbite discounts. So this just works to us. It works for us. If you pick Anivia, if you pick Volibear, this is just the best choice for this. I would highly suggest using Guardian Angel Relic in either case. But honestly, this is just mostly a skill issue because strategically it's just either Volibear or Anivia. 43. Another Blade in the Darkness, Celestial Guidance, and Yasuo. Well, we just use any Targonian. We have discussed Celestial Guidance, we have discussed Blade in the Darkness, we have discussed Yasuo. 41. Another discount. Powder Monkey for this. Well, Viega in monthly challenges is easier than in Galio Adventure. He doesn't have Spell Shield. He has like less mana, probably. He is just easier, and Darius is nothing much. All they have is just extra monkey. It is not really worrisome. Alright, challenge number 49. Hammer H, another Targon discount, and Gangplank. We try to one-hit KO, combo kill, using Leona, using Kayle, using Diana. Anything works. We're just playing around Dreadway. Gangplank special rule. Challenge 66. This one that I completed using Ornn, yeah. So I guess video will be pretty soon, in like 2 or 3 days, I hope. I hope I will not be drowned by playing Baronesher campaign and I will upload the video actually. So here I guess we can always use Frostbites or Freljord again, so enemy's strongest unit will be like cycled. this one dies, then next strongest will be Frostbitten and previous strongest will die. That's a fine way to use it. I was just trying to use another strong creature that is not scaling as fast as Demacian might with Blatant Darkness, but I guess it was enough. I would consider using Spirit Blossom Kindred. I would consider using Spirit Blossom Ari because of Blade, only the strong Lilia. I didn't use Lilia once this month, I think. So we play Lilia, we sleep Lilia, we play another Lilia. Lilia just doesn't die due to only the strong, and we're trying to control enemy boards. We can sleep our Lilia in response to enemy attack. We can sleep strongest enemy anytime, so he doesn't trigger Blatant Darkness. It's a good way too. I was thinking about using Jack or Berserker's Buckle. Like, once again, we will be just scaling and outscaling. And we can also use that pit fight or whatever that spell is on Jack just when enemy wants to devour us. Like, we will be doing that in response, and this way Tahm Kench might just die. Hehehe. Annie's Disintegration might do wonders into this super scaling, super healthy Tahm Kench. Caitlyn can be fine, kind of, if you're pretty confident in your Caitlyn. Like, if you have 4 stars, I wouldn't try this at 3 stars probably, just because it might be just a little bit not enough. Like, if enemy high rolls and if you low roll, then 3 stars is not enough. That will be just not enough traps. It can be not enough, yeah. Fiddlesticks has his own win condition, you might just sacrifice stuff. And yeah, that's fine. Scale, you can scale 1 unit for only the strong, and another unit in hand, which is scale for Gatebreaker. So even if you sacrifice units on board, you're still working towards your win condition in hand, towards double Braid Gaker, dude, double Gatebreaker, okay? Gwen can be fine into this too, at 3 stars, preferably, of course. Like, 10 rounds later, your attacking unit will have a lot of stats. That will be strong. No? And if this challenge was before Constellations, I would probably use normal Shadow Isles Kindred. Like, you have Prey to block strongest enemy every round, and you have Spirit Journey, Norlax, and you have Spirit Journey to reset all enemies' stacks. This is just smart. I guess this could be just one of the challenges that people are coming to, so I decided to bring a lot of ideas. I hope it helped. Guys, I hope it helped. 2 hours in, yeah. Alright, next. Vega, Katarina, only the strong. Snorlax, please. Snorlax, no, do not press buttons, do not press buttons. Snorlax. I'm getting rammed by my cat. 59. Yeah, I used Garen for this one. Like, if you think that Garen isn't strong enough into Katarina, dude. We're just like, we have Katarina, our win condition is pretty clear. To deny enemies win condition, that's it. We just close options for our enemies, that's it. Swain, Kayn, Garen, maybe Vi. $54. This one, Demacian Might, Vicious Enemy, and Viktor and Azir. Can I talk more about 50s? What? We have only the strong. We have discussed Katarina. We just discussed Viega. So I guess I can bring up only the strong. Tooltip. So into Katarina we do not want to use Jack, but we can use Garen. I completed it using Garen. Kayn is fine because you will summon Kayn and you will try to heal up. Your units, you just have to play smartly this. Yeah, and of course you want Grand General's counterplane on Kayn, if you're playing Kayn. You do not want to use Dumb Kench into Katarina. Vi is a pretty good choice, Speed Blossom Ahri is a great choice. Speed Blossom Kindred is fine, but you probably want extra spell damage just to be sure that you are killing Kindred or Katarina. Jhin is good. Vex, Jhin are pretty good, especially if you have Riptide Battery. I hope that helps. Okay, 54. This is kinda expected to be a hard challenge. I have it in the list of hard challenges. Like, not because it is really hard, but because enemy can high roll, you can low roll, and it can go bad. Like, this is Viktor. He plays Viktor using Vicious Enemy as soon as possible, then he high rolls. He has, I think, special by default. After that special he can get Elusive, he can get Regeneration, Deathless, First Attack, Challenger, Overwhelm, anything. Even Lifesteal, yeah, sometimes ruins your game plan. So, yeah, Viktor can high roll easily. Too many options to high roll, and he will start growing due to Damascene Might, and just there is nothing you can do. I used Yasuo, and he is probably actually best in slot. Like, among any 3-star champions, Yasuo should be just the best option for this one. You can use Morgana, because she has stuns, and like, enemy wants some extra rounds. You are most likely surviving until Chemtech Duplicator kicking in, so you're just using Chemtech Duplicator, Grand General's Counterplan, and probably Guardian Angel just to ensure that you have enough health to survive. Morgana can be working this way, in this challenge. At 3 stars, I would probably use Shyvana and Volibear. So we just have like strike enemy on demand. That should work. It is a challenge of 2 fights. Like, we have Azir before that. Azir is really weak into Damascene Might, and we have more upgrades into Viktor, so this shouldn't be that deadly, but I'd like to discuss this one. So Shyvana, Volibear, strike on demand. We can use Vex, we can use Nasus into this, and Kai'Sa. I'm saying Nasus and Kai'Sa because, well, if you do not have Azir leveled up, and you have both other Shurimon's characters, and you probably will not be using them that much, like 6 times this month, so both of them are fine into this. Like, Nasus will give enemies less power early on, and at 4 stars you will also grant enemies vulnerable, so you will trade the way you want to. Kai'Sa, kinda the same, she has a lot of stats, she's fine into Damascene Might, so she's fine into this. Morgana, yes. Evelynn, just like Yasuo, she's just a weaker Yasuo, she's good into this one. Evelynn is outscaling enemy, she is like out-controlling enemy, she's great. Viega. Viega can outscale enemy easily, but you need some like ways to use Challenger. You might want to use something else. if you... I'm just way too used to using Disciple of Shadows, Corrupted Star Fragment, and Chosen by the Stars. Like, I have Challenger on Mists in my constellation. You probably want to use Challengers, Mass Challengers, just so your Mist can trade into enemy. Spirit Blossom Ari, if you didn't miss event, should be pretty good here too. Although I would say that Spirit Blossom Ari is much better into Katarina, but she can be used here too. Okay, next one, Challenge 70. This is just solo Jinx. Single Jinx, Demising Might, Noxian Might, Blinking Flames, Vicious Enemy. This is a wild one. Now this is the last challenge of the month. I would highly suggest just to leave one Jinx run against this Jinx. Like, why not? Too many things can go wrong, I guess. Although Chorus of Power would have been probably more deadly. Blinking Flames is here, so here Rocket deals 1 more damage. This is just a bit more striking, but if it was Chorus of Power, oh boy, her round 2 would have been so deadly. So yeah, Jinx, Swain, if you wanna be certain that you can win. There is one creative way to play into this. Among my playstyles, among my recommendations, I can play Ionian Ari, preferably at 4 stars, using Wicked Harvest to kill all the little guys, and Berserker's Buckle to skill on board. So every time Rocket hits, we will get +2/+2. We can also use Sharpsight Relic, we can use second Berserker's Buckle, we can use Chosen by the Stars, so we will get Challenger, Overwhelming Regeneration. Fiddle 4 stars, his Disarmed 4-star will make so enemies little porous will not get to strike our Nexus, so they will not get to proc Demising Might 2. And probably if you're really confident in your Volibear and Shyvana, they might work too. So Shyvana's 4-star upgrade is Fortification, it will really help here. But sadly, her constellation isn't really helpful in this fight. Like, she's fine on her own, but this is equal fight. Volibear pretty much the same. You will have, if you get to play Avalanche, you will get Sigils to play Volibear as soon as possible. So you might be really lucky, but you might also be just bullied out of this challenge. It is hard to be confident in Shyvana and Volibear. Oh yeah, Jinx and Swain should be the best choice, easily. I guess it is fine if you have Spirit of Boar, Poro King. We have Poro King now, right? Speaking of this challenge 37, did I? Yeah, I did. So, Unnatural Selection, Evolve, Hammerhage. Hammerhage is nothing much, Evolve. I use Poro King because I have a Spirit of Buru and I have Black Shield, so I have 4 keywords anytime. Generally speaking, you want something like Poro King or something that uses Spirit of Buru. You can also use Kai'Sa just for this challenge. This is unnecessary. The idea is that Kai'Sa procs Evolve easily. So anyone that doesn't have Evolve naturally will get Evolve from this special rule. You can also use something that summons Husks. This is just fun way to play it. This should be an easy challenge. Do I have any other tips? Well, my tip is, I guess no one will have problems with this one, so I'm almost skipping this one. Thanks. Yeah. true that, yeah, that is true. Chronicle of Ruin, yeah, we have double Chronicle of Ruin, Hammer H, Katarina. We have discussed Chronicle of Ruin, we have discussed most of the possible solutions for Chronicle of Ruin, at least those solutions you will use in 99.95% cases. I promise. Even against Katarina, like, if you're not confident, we have discussed Katarina, we have discussed Chronicle of Ruin, you can just try and test Chronicle of Ruin into challenge number 16, another Chronicle of Ruin. Okay, even if you're not really as confident after that, into this Katarina you might want to use like Mass Challenger Relic, just to be absolutely sure that you can target enemy Katarina that has almost no removal and no way to contracept, what's the word, to interrupt your unit challenging Katarina. I personally had an idea of playing Mel into this, if my Mel was 2 stars. Like, I will just play Mel, that Mel is summoned, we get that 1 mana spell, Mel is killed, we get Mel is resummoned, we get the spell again. This spell will scale up to enough damage to kill Katarina anytime. That's the idea. So yeah, discussed and discussed. Alright, next cluster. Dutiful service. Once again, we are just using Demacian champions in this case. I guess we can talk a little bit about Demacians. So Garen is a great filler. Nice timing. If you are one of those guys that decided to buy this Path of Champions starter bundle to get 2-star Garen for free almost, like, this is extreme value. Yeah, nice choice. By the way, that is actually one of the highest values in the game. So, dutiful service. I was checking Demacians, man, I forgot. Oopsie. Garen is strong generic champion. Where he is good, he is like, okay, he is fine. In a situation where he is bad, he is really bad. Like, there is just not enough options. You need to high roll to get out of a bad situation because he is really straightforward, just like Ornn. And that's pretty much a definition of a lacking playstyle, where you cannot really get out of bad situation. So yeah, I prefer to use him in different scenarios, but you kinda need to be a bit confident. I usually use different free-to-play epics, so I can get like Garen on board earlier than usual, Disciple of Shadows, or maybe Demacian Discount, one of these two usually. We can use Frozen Tomb if we really want to. We can use Chosen by the Stars for Overwhelm in only the strong scenarios, so we will also have Overwhelm every time. That's it, I guess. Lux, she really needs Chemtech Duplicator. That's it. She just really needs Chemtech Duplicator, and she's much better at 5 stars than on 3 stars or 4 stars. Like, if you get Mana Flow, you will enable using Succession round 1, and you will have 5 mana round 2. You just summon Lux round 2, round 3 you have 6 mana, and you have enabled your Chemtech Duplicator. Insane. Lux eliminated, Luxie, you are probably supposed to use Archangel Staff. So once again, if you have 3 mana round 1, she is much better, because you will just be playing Luxie, and on round 2 you will have 7 mana, 4 actual mana and 3 spell mana. Otherwise you're just using 5 mana total instead of 10. Huge difference. But she's strong. Just this Luminous Sprite, it was a bit different before, but now it has just Bright Staff. She is really strong. You play Lux Illuminated, you have Luminous Sprite, you have something else with Overwhelm, or maybe you have Crush. Where is it? Crush is this one. And you just kill enemy, especially if you have free-to-play Fear Cleaving Axe. Insanely strong item on her. Morgana is Targonian, that doesn't count. Vayne is really nice because you can just use 1-star upgrade, 2-star, 3-star, and then this, Arm to the Teeth, and she is actually strong. This upgrade is kinda a bit whatever, this is kind of whatever. One reroll is really nice to have, but once again this is not really changing much, sadly. This upgrade is huge. This one tumble into Tear of the Goddess makes some difference, but you need to pay for that, like, you get this one into this one. So yeah, I do not usually speak of Vayne in good words, like 4 stars, insanely strong, but then you have these, and all of these upgrades, they do not really do much, sadly. So at pure 4 stars at little to no investment, 160 fragments, she is really good. And after that, I cannot say that she improves by much. Shyvana has access to... Yeah, Vayne has Scout for free, but that requires Vayne to be on board. There are some stuff that you need to do. Like, she's fine. Shyvana though, Shyvana is really special, because this power that strikes enemy's weakest enemy, that just enables a lot of stuff. So at this power level of 3 stars and 4 stars, Shyvana is really good. Like, this enables a lot. You just need either mana discount or some power. So if you have just Stalker's Blade and Warhammer this way, you're already good to go, you're golden. Then you can add this to enable stability, and that's it. Like, you will strike twice, you will get a lot of stats. You're only lacking some early game potential, right? You wanna play Shyvana as soon as possible, but striking for 5 twice, oh boy, this is deadly. I hope it was clear. It was unclear whom do we upgrade? Well, Shyvana is good at 3 stars, and at 4 stars pretty good too. Vayne is good at 4 stars, but doesn't really upgrade much after that, only tumble upgrade. Garen is fine to have, he is pretty straightforward and I like playing him. Like, not always, but every month, I would say. Morgana is not Demacian. Both Luxes, well, I used to enjoy Lux a lot. No joke, she was my go-to. But right now her playstyle is just get to 6 mana, play Lux, get I'm a fire in my laser, and that's it. I just got bored a bit of that. But she is really strong. And Luxie is almost the same. It's fine. I don't know. The Martins are fine. They are good choice. They are a good region. Next, crafty portals. This is a Bandle City discount, and Yuumi. We want Yuumi in our collection when we are speaking about monthly challenges, because she is great. She's the greatest into legendary small stuff. Other than that, she is just fine. She is still really strong, like you will be scaling that Fated +2/+2 every round, she's fine. Vex, insanely strong at 4 stars. Veigar must have against Katarina. Tima. I'm using Giga Tima, so I know how to have fun. Otherwise, not really that impressive. Spirit Blossom Tima cannot comment on that. Nor is a Bundle City champion more than a Freljordian, so if you have Epic Relics, he is good. Like, he is good generic champion. If you do not have Epic Relics, he is not that great. He is mediocre. Heimerdinger, if you have Disciple of Shadows, if you have Frozen Tomb, he is kinda playable. But without those, not so much. For some reason, I always high roll using Heimerdinger and I just complete any adventure using him. I have no idea how that happens. And Nora unexpectedly became my cup of tea. Cup of tea? Pun intended. So, yeah, Nora is fine. I also got Echoing Spirit pretty early in my days. That definitely shaped my understanding of champions. Like, I have no idea how to play Nora without Echoing Spirit. I do not want to experience that. I'm just using... What the hell is this? This is for future. This is a secret tag that you will get to know soon. Alright, Natural Magic. This is a fun one. This one? Yeah. Do I have a list? Yeah, I do. Natural Magic. Did you have PhD in lore? I guess. Thanks. So, Natural Magic. Every card costs 2 less. We can play like through our hand. We are looking for some extra draw for stuff that creates another stuff, like manifest something. We can play through controlling enemy properly. We should be understanding if we are playing against enemy in the first place, we should be understanding that enemy Z can play a lot of elusive units, Lulu can play a lot of elusive units round 1, Darius is supposed to play like 1 creature every round. Round 1, 1 creature, round 2, 1 creature, maybe 2 creatures, 1 is bad, 1 is good. Round 3, probably 2 creatures, and that's it. Jinx and Fizz and Misfortune will just play whole hand round 1, round 2, and they will be playing top deck. So it is usually really easy to play into this. Sometimes it can be hard, but it is just yet to happen. So into Natural Magic I would usually recommend trying Portal Pulse if you have that, especially if you have Speed Blossom Champion and Wild Inspiration Rune. Nami is great into Natural Magic because, well, one spell creates another spell and another creates another spell, and you have infinite spellman anyway. Why? Yes, to draw 2 extra cards, which are usually spells, so you can control board even better. Evelyn, if you do not have mana flow, just like me, Natural Magic is just what she needs. Like, you play Evelyn, you will level her up as soon as possible, you will be scaling like crazy, insanely strong. Vega is just Evelyn but worse into Natural Magic. Garen will get to play single combat every round. Ornn is kinda fine, he is really heavy. So if you wanna waste something, he is fine into this. Kayn pretty much just like Garen. You get to play more creatures, you get to play Kayn faster. And if you have Grand General's Control Plan, you will be controlling board even better. Luxie free stuff, Diana cheap stuff too, Ekka cheap stuff too, Prediction, a lot of value. Master Yi is pretty much first turn kill every time. Illaoi, she is a carry for 4 mana, so if you can play Illaoi for 2 mana, you can almost one turn kill too. Varus is kind of fine. Snorlax. Caitlyn, you can play a lot of things. You can manage to lay a lot of traps into enemy deck pretty soon, pretty early in the game, and well, you will just disable enemy's board control. Tahm Kench, you can play Tahm Kench, 4 mana becomes 2 mana, right? He will be playable for 2 mana. His 2 mana spell will be a 0 mana spell, and at that point he will be just developing like crazy. Third line, Kayle, easier to play buffs, but this is just the same game style as if we had sorcery. Viktor, yeah, sure. Janna, I would rather play Janna differently, but she's working this way too. Aatrox, he will get even more discounts. Gwen, just like Tahm Kench, I guess, kind of. Jhin is fine. LeBlanc, you will get to play LeBlanc pretty early for just 1 mana. Thresh. Why is he in the list? Because he has some extra draw, I think. Wow, I kinda forgot why I have him in the list. We have Spirit Leech, 2 extra draw. This one is extra draw. I guess this is the reason, pretty much. We can also use like Oath of the Guardians anytime. Undying Rage. So this one is Tryndamere's special rule. It usually gets solved by Gloom. Actually, let me give you another card. Undying Rage. It usually is solved by any source of Gloom. Vex is the best at that. We can also use Fiddlesticks. We can also use Relic for Mass Challenger. This really makes difference. You get to choose how enemy will block your units, and otherwise it can be just really bad. It makes a lot of difference. You can also, by the way, try to look for Morellonomicon upgrade on spells. It is not worth to look for that upgrade in a shop, but just if you get to see the Morellonomicon upgrade, you might think, aha, this probably is working into Undying Rage. That's it. Interesting plan is to use Tahm Kench into this, because, well, you will just ignore Undying Rage as a whole, because you're not really hitting unit, you're capturing that. Stalker's Blade. Echo, LeBlanc, Aatrox is fine too, yeah. And... well... the last one, Volibear strikes, Nasus strikes using Siphoning Strike. These champions are just fine into this rule kind of too, like they have enough stats, they are strong, and they can be just better stronger than enemy using Undying Rage. Unstoppable Force. I don't think I have a tooltip for that, but it's not really much to talk about. We are just usually rushing enemy into attacks. We are using low-cost units. We are looking at upgrades that spawn even more units, like Shadow Totem, for example. Crown Guard Inheritance Rare Relic is a must, usually, into Unstoppable Force, because, like, if you're not playing Gwen, you're usually not really healing up. So, yeah. It's either that you kill enemy in 2 attacks, or you have Gwen, or you just lose. Not always, but enemies can run you down. That can happen. I'm being attacked. Other than Crown Guard Inheritance, it is usually recommended to use Gwen, Elise, Jax, Nidalee with Spectral Scissors and Transmogulator. Transmogulator first, then Spectral Scissors. Diana, using double attack. Miss Fortune is fine and Nika is fine too. And probably, by the way, Azir should be fine and Porra King should be fine. I'm yet to test this one into this. I have no idea why I didn't try Porra King just yet. But Azir definitely sounds good into this. All the Sand Soldiers that are getting that upgrade, it should be fine. It should be good. Next we have Rock to Heart. This is usually countered by Toughness or Regeneration, which is usually found on Aatrox units or Vayne's units, like their 1 cost drop will have Toughness and a lot of stats too. It can be countered by Tahm-Kench easily, because like we take 1 damage, we get +2/+2, so this is just net worth +2/+1. And it's getting countered by Berserker's Buckle, a rare relic. Once again, Giga Timo, Giga Ari on my channel, anytime, no relax. Dune Striders. Shuriman Champions. Right, we pick from the list of Kai'Sa, Azir, Nasus. We have already discussed that at the beginning of the video. Alright, let's dive into challenges. 15 Blind Rage. We're just playing against Lee Sin with a Damascene discount. This is just nothing much. I used Shyvana. We just shouldn't be using Morgana, I guess, and that's it. When Lee Sin attacks, we might pass, so he doesn't get to play those 2 buffs, 4+2/+0. That's pretty much the whole counterplay against Lee Sin. Next, challenge number 40. Iterative enhancements and dutiful service. Now, against extra enemies, we will have a discussion later, I think. This is just Lee Sin and turrets, like nothing much. Once again, we're choosing between Damascene champions. So Garen is fine, Lux is fine, Shyvana is fine. I use Garen in this one. Next challenge is 27. Crafty portals, Suffer, easy enemy, and Viktor without no extra mana. This shouldn't be an issue. Really hard to recommend something. Into Suffer you might want to try Corrupted or Fragment, or once again Berserker's Buckle. Speaking of Bendel City discount, there is just nothing really to recommend. Like, we are not using Veigar in here because we're using Veigar against Katarina, and that's it. Challenge number 2. Is this the... So I just ignored Crafty Portals, and so do I recommend to you. Just play around natural magic. If you have Portal Pulse, try Portal Pulse. If you have 4-star 4-cost champion, it will become 2-cost champion. If you create a 8-cost unit, it will be discounted by 2 because of this, and by 4 because of your base cost of your champion. So your 8 drop becomes 2 mana drop. And this is just really silly but strong way to play into this special rule. Alright, next, Undying Rage. Natural Magic. And this is Soul Draven. This probably was supposed to be like threatening, but it is really not. Of course, we're in the first place playing around natural magic, and of course we're picking from Undying Rage tooltip. So I really like Fiddlesticks because of Disarmed into this. I mean, at 4 stars Fiddlesticks is really good. Enemy is not really scaling, so it shouldn't be deadly at any point of this challenge. Vex can play through Lulu's payload, Lulu's cannon's payload. You just play Vex, you are controlling the board and need a way to find like some draws. Oh, that's it. Lulu's cannon's payload. Leveled Nasus should be easy, but once again, leveled Nasus and unleveled Nasus, this is a huge difference. Like if you have Nasus at 4 stars and level 30, he is actually fine. But if you're just 2 stars, even 3 stars and not really leveled, he is not really that strong. Sadly. His 4 stars upgrade that gives enemy vulnerable just gives you a lot of survivability. And at one point you just might see enemy not attacking at all, although he would like to proc the Undying Rage. Kench can be fine into this. LeBlanc, 1-2 Stalker's Blades should be fine into this. Atrox should be fine into this. If you're using 3 stars Garen, you might be also fine into this. Like, you will be scaling, and you just get to play around Undying Rage on Draven. That's it. Sometimes this is just skill issue. I used Portal Pulse, Spirit Blossom, Kindred. This is my signature build for this one. Next we have challenge number 50. We are playing around 10 mana. We are trying to kill enemy in one shot, so this shouldn't be a problem. 67. Undying Rage, Dune Striders, Fizz and Caitlyn. So these are 2 not really that strong enemies and just Undying Rage. I don't think this is a hard encounter by any means. Like, both enemies are really not hard. Both of them can be countered by Berserker's Buckle and Sharpsight Luminous or Relic. We're just playing from the Demacian discount special rule, and that's it. I would definitely play any, like Nasus, Kai'Sa into this. Nasus is probably a bit easier to play, since he gives -1, -0 to all enemies. Kai'Sa can high roll to win faster, and that's it. Next we have 62. This is Unstoppable Force, Undying Rage, Thresh and Draven. So I probably do have this here. This is one exclamation mark, because enemy will be willing to sacrifice units in a trade. Like, Thresh is fine, but Draven might be really scary. Like, if you're attacking first, no, and enemy is attacking second, then Draven is attacking on his strongest turn, and he will get double attack, and you just cannot do anything about that, because you're supposed to use your all mana to develop units to kill enemy into attacks, right? Draven will have double attack, and during your attack he might be like willing to take some damage onto units because of Undying Rage, and then he will have also toughness for next round, for your next second attack, and this way you need to be overkilling enemy by like 10, and he already has the vicious enemy. So this one deserves to have one exclamation mark. I would just stick to my Unstoppable Force plan that we discussed earlier. I use Spirit Blossom Ari. I don't know, we have said enough about Unstoppable Force, and just probably if you lose, you're probably just underprepared. Like, yeah. You got Overwhelm, you got extra stats, and we have discussed all the champions and what to look for. This is challenge 42, Unstoppable Force, Rock to Heart. This is just basically easier Unstoppable Force against Draven. So I guess not really much to discuss. We can, at this one, we can try to use Berserker's Buckle to scale up a bit. Like we play low cost champion into Rock to Heart. We will get 1 damage, we will get +2/+1 this way. And then on to looking into future, in 2 rounds we will have even more stats. This is 39. Basically the same. Just used Gwen. Challenge number 8. Another Unstoppable Force. Yeah, this one can be scary because, well, enemy is not able to rush us into attacks probably if we have at least 35 Nexus health, but we also might not have a chance to kill enemy into attacks because of Flash of Steel. So need to be a bit careful about this one. So sadly, I would suggest using 3-star champion. There's just no other play around. We have discussed Unstoppable Force, all the good choices. Just pick one of those, and yeah. Sometimes we will just lose because of Flash of Steel and being under-geared, sadly. 57. Yeah, this one is annoying. Mana Flow, welcome to the Mother Bridge, Virtuous Enemy and Dune Striders. Lulu and Kaisa. Enemy has a lot of extra mana, and in this case we might low roll one problem. Like enemy might have 3 Katarinas in just 2 or 3 rounds, and this is really annoying. Like when enemy plays 1 unit, another unit, and you're like waiting for enemy to play Katarina, and then enemy plays Katarina and all other units get +2/+2. You're like, well, gotcha. You kill Katarina. But other units are already scaled. They're like 5/4 maybe. Or maybe some of them already have Overwhelm. So yeah. And also that was not the Katarina that was revealed. So enemy has another Katarina and you know that. And round 2, enemy plays another Katarina and you have another Mystic Short for that. And you say, gotcha, and then enemy plays 3rd Katarina. And you're just out of steam, because you invested spells, mana, to counter that. Enemy has developed the board. That's just a high roll by enemy. That can happen. I have died to that. It's just that can happen, like especially I remember this one where I had Guardian Angel and enemy Katarina just got attack token into attack token into attack token, and that's it. That's like my whole story. I just died round 2 without any capability of having a counterplay. I was playing like probably 2 stars Lux, I guess. I don't know. I just remember that I had Guardian Angel and I was attacking 2nd, and enemy just always had another Katarina round 2. That's it. I was probably not playing the Lux, but I used Lux into Viktor and I did. So yeah, speaking of this one, although there is a Shurima discount, I would only look into using Speed Blossom Ari or Veigar or maybe Noxian, right? Just to control the board against Katarina that has a lot of extra mana. Our number 1 priority here is to counter Katarina. That's it. Our priority number 2 is to kill Lulu, to develop strategy against Lulu using that set deck. And our 3rd priority would be like playing the Shuriman discount. We can use Wicked Harvest to kill Katarina if we do not have enough spells in our base deck. We can use different support champions. We can high roll in a shop because Katarina is a final boss. We can use Vex easily in this one. But yeah, this is really top 5 hardest challenges. It can go just unexpectedly, and sometimes someone just high rolls, someone just low rolls. That can happen. Challenge number 35. Viega, Caitlyn, Dion Striders, remove the imperfection. Well, remove the imperfection works against followers, it doesn't work against champions, so you do not need to be over prepared. Usually remove the imperfection is being countered by Ionian Ahri or Darius because of extra stats. Here we have Shurima discount, so obviously Kai'Sa should be a better choice. You will have evolve, you will have extra keywords and those extra stats. That's it. We are playing around Dion Striders. Enemies shouldn't be bothersome. 33. This is legendary small stuff, Fizz and Nautilus, and another Dion Striders. I find only difficulty here is if we do not finish the game in like 7 rounds, Nautilus might play Nautilus and he will go wild using like summoning all the mutants that he has discarded and tossed. That's it. I used Kai'Sa myself because even at low stats we will have strong Icathian Rain using Luden's Tempest. It will be a lot of damage and it can damage enemy Nexus too, so I just like, I have full build, I have spell shield, I mean relic full build, right? That's already at least 4 keywords. So if we play Kai'Sa, she will like just Icathian Rain, Icathian Rain onto enemies. Yeah, that sounds weird. Alright. Into legendary small stuff, I usually recommend using 4 stars Atrox or Vayne. That's why they also were in our like recommended list of champions. So enemy doesn't really has extra mana, so Fiddlesticks will work here too. Nautilus will try to toss a lot of cards, and well, we will just be faster than enemy Nautilus, yeah. Yumi is a great pick into legendary small stuff, so she worked like a charm. She's good into this. I have noted myself that I might use Mel into this. So yeah, Mel into Fizz into first fight is really easy. Like there is just no talk about that. Second one, into this Nautilus, I might use Grand General's Contraplan, probably Archangel Staff and Spell Shield. Because, well, Nautilus has that Drain 1, Drain 2 from enemy, and stun and put enemy into library. So Spell Shield is probably necessary. And one of other fun choices can be Kayle using Gatebreakers. So we summon a weak unit, we use Targon of Blessing, Blessing of Targon. Targon of Blessing, holy crap. We just develop board this way, slow but steady, and then we play Kayle, and we have double Gatebreaker and we just win. And that's it. I guess because enemy doesn't have vicious enemy, we can also use Mel using Dreadway Chase Gun, or we can use any using double Dreadway Chase Gun. For that playstyle we want either Chameleon's Necklace or a best in slot third slot would be a King Spirit. But I really want to use any into Katarina, right? So, yeah. Next one, challenge 21. Misfortune, Draven, well, once again, if Draven gets to attack second and we have Death Like the Wind, our round 2 is just even worse than usual. Oh boy, just sometimes you low roll, like, it will just happen. I played Nasus, definitely, yeah, Nasus is good because of his 2 stars into Misfortune, into Draven. Well, maybe Azir can work here. I'm not sure about that one. But he might... Azir looks strong. His base deck looks strong. Alright, let me do a small, short tea break and we will be ready to discuss all other clusters. We're almost there, guys. Bear with me. Dude, I gave my cat treat twice tonight, like, she wants even more. She's so spoiled, I swear. She didn't even used to get 1 every day. But now she wants 3? Why? What happened? Alright. Prophet of the Elder God. I guess I can suggest this list. Forest turrets, extra enemies, real profit. Volibear gets Sigils of the Storm from extra enemies. Nasus gets extra +2/+2 from extra enemies due to his 1 and 3 stars. Mel is just nice into Porous, into turrets early game. She's fine into Prophet of the Elder God. Warwick gets to scale his 1/3 star power on extra enemies. Thresh is pretty much like Nasus. LeBlanc and like get to hit more stuff, so they're just easier to cycle. Viega, sometimes enemies lacking extra enemies, that can happen. Kain, well, this is like echo from playing normal adventures, but sometimes you just want to hit something to heal your Nexus for 2. And also, if there is extra enemy, that is extra chance to get +2/+2 and heal to full. Funny list: Yasuo Tempest Blade, stun every enemy, scale up. Not a true shot barrage, how do we call that? A Riptide Battery on Jhin, extra enemies, explosive finale, and same for Vex. Vex is just not on the list for some reason. Pike, his X-Cross thingy will trigger on more units. Swain, especially if you're using Gatebreaker, will be even better, and especially if you're using a Husk generator, that will be even more better. I personally do that. Like, I'm using the most budget Swain build I can. Gatebreaker, Succubus Brand for Husk generation, and Packed Powder. Jack, 3-star power. Kaisa, so we have more enemies to throw Ikatin Rain on. Twisted Fate. Well, red card, I guess. Bundle Magic. So this one has 3 play rounds. First one, the best one, the most effective one, is ignore this rule. Like, sadly, right now we do not have champions that can properly, efficiently discard cards from hand to benefit our board or win condition. Like, we do not have Rumble, we do not have Scion just yet. Echo doesn't count. Yes, Time Winder doesn't count. So yeah, you probably just want Zero Crush, this rule, ignore this rule. Second play around is Jax. Jax's Champions deck, normal deck, has all 10 different regions naturally. So you will just win the game using Bundle Magic this way, if you want to. And third play around is... This is what I do, and this is what I did, by the way, perfectly this month, twice. Actually, I'm a bit proud of that, like, not really proud, but I'm content with the fact that I pulled that combo twice this month. So I use Talia, I use double plunder -2 mana cost, and I use Found Fortune. So this way we have 3-star power overwhelm on every unit. We just attack, deal damage to enemy nexus, somehow... What are you doing there? Then we summon Talia for just 1 mana. If we have no other 4 costs in our deck, we will always get that girl that destroy landmark. If it is allied landmark, then summon that rock, bear, man, something creature. So this way, by just playing 1 mana, we summoned 3/5 Talia, maybe 4/6 if you're using Pact Powder. We summon Naturalist, and we also develop that strong creature. Let me actually show you this. Talia. Yeah, this build. Scorched Stash, Pact Powder, Found Fortune. We can use double Scorched Stash if we really want to. This is like a 4/6 Talia dropping on board. We get Desert Naturalist, 5/5 creature, and Grumpy Rockbear. And because of her 3 stars, everyone have +1/+1 and overwhelm. So like for just 1 mana, we developed about 20/20 in stats. This is insanely strong. We just need to execute the combo. Next we have Arms Race. This is an interesting one because we have a lot of like different plays into this one. What does this rule do? We summon 2 Fansmith. This can be 2 extra damage on spells, 2 extra damage on skills, and these are 2 extra creatures on board. So basically any low-cost champion that can use Dreadway Chase Guns can be played for just like its natural cost, and you will get easily 4 warning shots, which will be in total 12 Nexus damage profit. And by the way, if we are using any, that will be 4 warning shots, 5 damage each. That's 20 damage to enemy Nexus already, just off the bat. We can use Jhin to benefit from extra spell damage, skill damage. We can use Kai'Sa, but that's like a level up condition. Jhin can use just Riptide Battery. Anyone can use Riptide Battery, but it's really good on Jhin. Gwen, Kai'Sa, Janna is kind of alright. You will also buff these units. You can use Misfortune, because well, just 1 Make It Rain will clear enemies. If you have the Constellation upgrade, you can use Twisted Fate. He has board wide clear. You can use Veigar, but we usually use Veigar into Katarina, especially this month we have 10 Katarinas. Vex is kind of alright. She has that AoE too. Volibear can use Avalanche. That will deal 4 damage and clear all 4 Fansmith. You will get 8 sigils. You can play just Volibear instantly. That can be fun. Ambessa, you can attack using Ambessa. I do not have a list yet. I don't think I do. Ambessa can just like attack, we call it F2, right? In StarCraft community. We use F2 using Fansmith. Everyone will get +2/+2 because, well, 2 copies of that, everyone gets +1/+1. And this way everyone gets +2/+2. Atrox and Vayne. So we have developed 2 extra creatures. This way we just give them equipment, and Armed to the Teeth will give them a lot of stats. Lilia will give +2 spirits, just grant spirits like that. Ahri, normal Ionian Ahri, will grant spirit, just 1 spirit to both of them. Nora will grant this Fansmith +3/+1. Ornn can buff those units using the forge that you get every round. Pike might make them lurkers, and sometimes I pick Y. Well, just because one of those creatures will get extra health, extra impact, and this is like funny. We can use Corrupted Star Fragment to steal all those stats to our units. That's one of the ways I play Nora. We have Fansmith, that is 2/3. It gets +3/+1, and all those stats will go to Nora. because of Corrupted Star Fragment. We can use Dreadway Chase Gun and Stalker's Blaze if we want like to knock down enemy Gunsmith just as soon as possible. Nothing but Powder Monkeys. This is nothing much. It will trigger that Blade into Darkness, but that's it. That's about that. Like, we just use a tooltip from extra enemies that I showed on Prophet of Elder God. Frenzied Fighting. Every creature gets +2/+2 and takes 2 damage at round end, round start. Do I have a tooltip for that? I do not have it. Really? Man, I got to do that. Now, the best counter into Frenzied Fighting is not actually Tahm Kench, it is Berserker's Buckle. When you take damage, you get +2/+2. And you will be getting damage every round, so anything can scale. Just anything. Like you play 1 mana, 1/1 Teemo. It rises to 3/3 because of this rule. And if you have double Berserker's Buckle, next round you will take 2 damage and you will get +4/+2 this way. I have a video on that. Just feel free to Google my Giggle Teemo that shot himself, Bull's Eye. And I also recommend using Giga Ahri in the very same setup. Teemo and Ahri are fine. Another greatest counter, of course, is Tahm Kench, due to his 3-star power. He is just generally really good, but it is not such universal answer as just use this rare relic and it will solve all the issues. You can also use Toughness, you can use Regeneration. Because of Toughness, it is generally recommended to use Aatrox and Vayne. At 4 stars, it will be a lot of stats. We can use Ornn, we can use Jax because of equipment. Before Constellations, I was under-geared, I had not many champions. I was usually picking Nora with Corrupted Star Fragment, like you get extra stats due to Frenzied Fighting itself, and you just steal stats. It will be probably recorded. Doesn't matter. So yeah, just because of Corrupted Star Fragment, we can use many different champions. Like we can use Elise that will summon Spiderling with extra stats and then just... Oh! That's... I love that reaction of Elise. And we just use Corrupted Star Fragment to get all those extra stats. Thresh is kinda okay into this because, well, one unit has regeneration and toughness, then it goes to another unit and we're just scaling. Nora, Corrupted Star Fragment, Vi can be used in this fashion too. Unnecessary, but it can be used this way. But like, we are scaling every round. When we draw a card, we get 3 health, so it's totally fine. Gwen, Diana, they are all good using Corrupted Star Fragment. Even Jax works. Like, I'm using Transmogulator on Jax because he's just that strong. I don't care much. And we can use these extra stats to Zero Crush enemy too. Like, this way, Crown Guard Inheritance is really good too. Next rule is Little Bodies. We just look at the tooltip that I made for Prophet of the Elder God. We have discussed that. It's in this order because of this, right? It was discussed right here, but the order is here. And then we have Minimalist. Minimalists, at the beginning of the game, we have +2 mana crystals. So if you're rich, you have 5. If you're a normie like me, you have 4. And your max mana doesn't increase at round start. For aggro, this is like pure benefit. You just get to play more stuff early on, and that's it. If you're playing Mid-range, if you're playing combos, well, that gets better, but you probably need a bit more extra mana. So I have actually a card for that. I think I do. I should be having minimalist updated. Yeah, I even updated that. So one of the best things that you can do playing this minimalist special rule is actually having Archangel Staff. This is a huge difference. Like, you have 4 mana round 1, you have 4 mana round 2, but using Archangel Staff you will have 4 mana round 1 and 7 mana round 2, right? In round 3, if you're attacking first, that's 6 more mana. That's 12 against 18. Huge difference. Evelyn. So yeah, usually I recommend almost same things that are good into natural magic. Like, if you're lacking just a little bit of something or some mana, this is really good choice for minimalist. You can also use like Plunder -2 mana cost relic. It's Pact Powder, it's Scourge Stash. You can use Disciple of Shadows, free-to-play epic relic. If you have that, it will enable a lot of different options. Like, you can play Mordekaiser into minimalist if you have that. I'm using Disciple of Shadows and Pact Powder Mordekaiser, so I can play Mordekaiser like for 2, 3, 4 mana. I'm enjoying that. Sorry. Evelyn, really strong mid-range. She skills a lot. I'm getting bullied. Atrox, he gets a lot of discounts himself. At 3 stars, he is a really strong champion. Tam Kench, he uses Archangel Staff. You need just 1 Berserker's Buckle, Archangel Staff, and preferably chosen by the stars or another source of Overwhelm. Even regeneration is unnecessary. Garen, yeah, why not? We are looking for that Sharpsight Extra Sapphire Crystal spell, and that way we will be playing Garen round 2. Master Yi is just another option. Especially if we have Egging Spirit, this is probably a turn 1 kill. Well, turn 1, turn 2, second attack. Illaoi, second attack kill. Caitlyn, she needs a bit more mana than 2, and yeah, she is great. It's not really about killing enemy, but about stabilizing against a stronger enemy. I guess the same logic everywhere. Gale extra mana, Viktor extra mana, he is not really superior, he doesn't really shine, so he is in like second row. Ekka, same reason, Jhin, same reason, LeBlanc, she is really strong, but she is alright. Samira, she has a lot of extra mana, she is really strong, and I would really recommend Samira to any beginner, intermediate, advanced player, but sometimes she is just better into something else. Viega, I guess, pretty much the same as Samira. Gwen is usually used into combat awareness, unstoppable force, so she is really this low in the tier list. Janna can be used here, but right now she is kind of in a weird spot. Varus will kill enemy round 2 if he is attacking second. Thresh kinda the same as Samira and Viega, he is just a bit weaker. And so on. Now let's discuss challenges. Challenge 36. Katarina and extra mana. Well, we can be creative about extra mana ourselves. I use Garen. We have discussed Katarina, just... I guess you're not having any troubles with that anyway. Yeah, sure, priority is to kill Katarina, as always, as per usual. Nothing else matters pretty much, like any Noxian would do. Any Noxian rep that we have against Katarina, against Irelia, against that, it will all do. Especially any Death Hand. Annie's Death Hand, Samira's Death Hand, Darius' Death Hand with that Constellation upgrade. Vayne, anything will do. 47. Lulu and Dying Laughing and Prophet of the Elder God. So we're just playing against Lulu and our Phantom Praxter will be transformed into Squirrel. I don't think you will be having any problems here. We have discussed Lulu. We have discussed this special rule. I highly suggest using Corrupted Sword Fragment. You basically play any creature that has more than 0 attack, and that creature will be polymorphed into Squirrel round 2. And so when you're playing Champion, you will use all those 0-10 stats for your Champion. And if you're playing Nora, you will get actually plus 3, plus 11. Stonks, great. That's what I did. Challenge 52. Band on Magic, another Katarina. Well, this is just pretty normal. If Katarina gets out of control, she will buff this Tentacle too. Bundle 3 will kind of put trash into our hand, but it's just normal Katarina, I guess, without any extra mana, so we're using spells to control Katarina, and we're using Challenger Relic if we really need to. Challenge 38. Beyond Mere Flash, this is nothing much, like Jinx Boros will get +1/+1, Jinx herself will get +2/+2, +1/+1 due to first attack, Darius and one couple of other units will get +1/+1 due to Overwhelm. You are not probably here for this adventure anyway. Challenge 17. This is Normie Ezreal, not a Targon one, with regeneration, like this is not hard. We have discussed Ezreal, just in case. Challenge 14. Lulu, Viktor and 2 Fansmiths. Well, that can go wrong, but if you have played Annie and Anivia recently, I highly suggest just using Annie with double Dreadway Chase Gun. If you have never done that, you use Annie, double Dreadway Chase Gun in your rare relic slots, and Chameleon's Necklace. This will be like you're doing 20 damage instantly. Oh my god, I forgot to disable this. This is fine, right? Please tell me this is fine. Next, we have challenge 45. This is an interesting one. Yeah, this can be a scam actually. So this is Katarina, Lulu, no vicious enemy, Adoribus for Katarina, and double Adoribus for Lulu. One of our Fansmiths will be transformed instantly. This is like top 5 annoying challenges of the month, I think, and actually, in a way, this is top 20 of the year, I guess. I don't know what else to say. This is just really weird to see double Adoribus. If there was vicious enemy, it would have been just disgusting. So I guess we need to plan something confident into this one. If you're like, sometimes people just fail adventure over and over, come to a guide and like, but I've already used all of those, you have not enough options. I have never seen that person, first because I do too many options, but second, I expect this person to appear finally. So yeah, first of all, do not find for solutions when it's too late, okay? Like if you have used Jinx and failed with Jinx, if you failed with something else, like it's not always on the guide, okay? Sometimes there is skill issues, sometimes there is just underdevelopment, under-preparedness. But no worries, I got you, buddy. So, one might use Jinx into this. That will be totally understandable, because we do not have many options to use Jinx this month anyway. Like challenge 70, challenge 62 probably, but I would rather use Yasuo if I recall correctly. Challenge 60, not sure about that. 57, yeah, sure. 54, maybe 45 should be, yeah, a Jinx challenge. If we do not have Jinx, if we have already used Jinx, which is, by the way, weird, like this is challenge 45. This is mandatory to complete this one before going forward. We can also use Misfortune. We can also use Make It Rain because of Misfortune, right? We can use Echo. Well, I guess if person is looking for this specific challenge, they have not heard about how to play Misfortune. So on Misfortune you can play in different ways. You can play Mass Challenger Relic, Rare Relic. You can play Luden's Tempest, and you can play Grand General's Counterplan. You can play Archangel Staff. You can use Big Guns if you have that Rare Relic, Epic Relic, free to play. There are several options. You can play through board control, you can play through like a Spellslinger. And yeah, Spellslinger should be good into this one. You can also use a Riptide Battery if you really want to, just on any champion if you have that. Echo. Echo I feel like is fine into this. Vex. Vex should be good into this, especially if you have her at 4 stars, and that's one thing that I showed already. Jhin. Jhin is actually okay into this, kind of, like, we are controlling Katarina in the first place, so we need a plan into Katarina, and that's it. Like, if you're picking Jinx, Jhin, you need a plan how to play Jhin using preferably Riptide Battery into Katarina, right? Like, you need probably Mystic Shot and 4 mana, so you play Mystic Shot into enemy Nexus, or maybe you attack with Yordle, expecting enemy to play Katarina and then you play Jhin, and you have triggered Plunder that way. Some people use Gatebreaker into double Riptide Battery. Yeah, I do not do that. Like, that's fine to do that. That's fine to like learn how to play Jhin, but then you will understand that you do not need Gatebreaker. You can play one Riptide Battery, double Riptide Battery without Gatebreaker, because you have other options to enable that plunder and it will be better. That's what I can say. Wicked Harvest. I have already shown this one. Wicked Harvest kills Katarina on the spot. It will also kill your other units. Once Smith will be dead. It is just a 2-3 creature and it will also be a squirrel. But that's fine. And we can also use like husks if we really want to. And if you're really like... if you're really into this, I would probably use Kain into this one. It might be hard. If we low roll, if enemy high rolls, we might lose. There is just no guarantee, but Kain into Lulu is a pretty much free win. Kain into Katarina, you need a way to play to survive until 5 mana. But after that it will be easier. Either way, this is really annoying challenge, and of course playing a spellcaster should be easier than through board control. Challenge 25. Z arm race, powder monkey that will enable Blade in the Darkness of Z. So I just didn't really care. I highly recommend using any double Dreadway Chase Gun. This is no vicious enemy. Enemies have really low health, so it shouldn't be a problem. Just, yeah, we're playing against that, playing against Lulu, we have discussed that. And we also had pretty huge, not like guide, a lot of suggestions for arms race, so I believe in you. 28. Frenzied Fighting, Sneaky Manta. So for some reason this can go wrong, probably due to like Adoribus, Frenzied Fighting, incorrect, I don't know, sometimes units just die. But either way, this shouldn't be bothersome. Main counters of this is Corrupted Star Fragment and Berserker's Buckle. Sometimes Spell Shield on your carry, because Lulu can recall, but she's not really as carry as Draven anyway. Challenge 44. This one is another Evolve, probably. No, this is a Frenzied Fighting, Little Bodies, I see. Ezreal and Yasuo. 2 stunning bodies. So yeah, I completed this using Power King because I have Spirit of Burrow. This is just a really strong epic relic that enables a lot of stuff, and like we sacrifice 1 unit easily, I do not mind, and we will be out killing frenzied fighting damage. Otherwise, I would definitely use Nora with the Corrupted Sword Fragment. I might use Aatrox. I'm pretty used to using Aatrox into Ezreal. We use Furious Wielder, we are scaling different units, and either unit can kill swap bot if we really need to. Kai'Sa is okay, she has a lot of raw stats into frenzied fighting. Tahm Kench is of course one of the easiest solutions, but reminder, we are playing around swap bot of Ezreal, so do not have just one strong unit, or do not like stall for way too long. Once again, greatest counters will be Corrupted Sword Fragment, Berserker's Buckle, Spell Shield, and well, actually I have an idea of playing Azir into this. I'm just completing everything on like first, so I can be in the leaderboard. Challenge 63, minimalist real bodies. We are fighting another Lulu and Viktor. So we can look at minimalist special rule. We have 2 extra mana early on, and pick something good into this special rule. And while we're picking something for minimalist, we think about how will it counter Lulu. Like how we are ending the game against Lulu. I think that's how I think about this rule. Lulu has low stats, pretty much. She is 3 mana 3/5 creature that rises another unit to 4/4, grows another unit, and that's it. Viktor can high roll a lot of stuff, so we have discussed that a lot. It's not really worth just repeating everything, I guess. I myself used Oath of the Guardian Samir into this. Just Samir is good into minimalist, Oath of the Guardians is good into Lulu. I just combine them like a pineapple, and that's it. Sharpsight rare relic can be good into Lulu just in case. And like if we have Sharpsight, if we have Berserker's Buckle, it means that we're playing around champion, this which is good into minimalist and Lulu, just Lulu. Out of other choices that like want their champion as a main carry into minimalist, I would probably think of LeBlanc easily. She's the pick into this one. I used LeBlanc 3 out of 3 last month, I guess. Twisted Fate should be fine. Volibear, kind of, because of little bodies. This is just extremely good idea to use Volibear into this. Kain should be fine once again. So we need to find a way how to play in Kain into minimalist, but so if you have an idea how to, he's good into this. And of course Yasuo, so we can shut down Viktor completely. And then challenge number 1, like we can use minimalist list that I promoted if we really want to be methodical, but otherwise it shouldn't be bothersome adventure. Okay, last cluster. Let's rock. This is pretty much a skill issue. Enemy spawns a landmark that obliterates our weakest unit. We just need to be mindful about that. One of the ways that I play against Let's Rock is usually I just do not do anything. Like, let it trigger first, and then we start developing our board and kill enemy. That's just usually my play around. Combat awareness. We have discussed this. I think I have a video on that. What's good into this? It was just recently in our weekly adventures. What challenge would it be? 58, 26, one of those, right? I guess I can click 58. It should be this one, yeah, because another one is Engard Viega, if I recall correctly. Combat awareness. Every unit has scout. It's not really that hard, so if you do not know what is scout, when... Let me... The first time only scout units attack each round, ready your attack token. So if enemy has Blade Dance, and this is your attacking round, enemy has no attack token, enemy uses Blade Dance, enemies blades dance into you, they have scout, only scout units attacked, enemy readies his attack token. That's it. I hope that was clear. Just like in Unstoppable Force, we want to kill enemy in preferably just 2 attacking rounds, which is already 4 attacks. It is generally recommended to use Crown Guard Inheritance, so you can attack another time as soon as possible. Usually this is like 3rd attack round 1, or you can stall. You might not want to play your champion with Crown Guard Inheritance early on, because if it levels up and screws your attack, you might just not play it as soon as possible. What can I add besides this list? Like, yeah, this is best choice, this is solid choice, we know all of that, right? Crown Guard Inheritance, Mass Overwhelm is a great consideration. Luden's Tempest, if you're using Kaelan, something that scales during attack, not that many champions do that, right? Misfortune and Kai'Sa, Misfortune, Gwen, Alia, I guess. Tempest Blade is really good. You can level up, you can stun enemies, during their attack, during your attack, before your attack, and such. There is interesting Spirit Blossom legendary rune. Ephemerals do not die during attack if you really need that. Like on Spirit Blossom Aria, there is a 3-mana spell that summons a Foxfire that will grant you attack token, right? So it just will not die during its attack. I guess that's it. And guard. I do have a list for that too. So usually this is just Eka, because his 2-star upgrade is basically Wild Inspiration. It is Lee Sin because you will get another spell to trigger your 3-star upgrade. This is Garen because, well, he's just designed for this special rule. We can use Kain because this special rule is really good for him. It is exceptional. We can use Luxie, not just because we will get barrier in response into enemy single combat, but we also will get Spirit and Impact every time we use single combat on our own. Tam Genj is scaling, Ashe kind of has a synergy. Spirit Blossom Kindred, well, she is alright into that, especially if you have Wild Inspiration, right? Kael has a lot of stats. And Yumi, well, you will just proc Fated, which is +2/+2. Tranquil Minds is Ionian discount. This month this is nothing special. I used set, we can use just anything you feel like. Magic number is... do I have... this is like the insanely fun per hour mod. We have it only one challenge with this. We take heavyweight champions and we are looking for heavyweight super champions. If there is no shop, if this is a one fight challenge, then we're investing every reroll into good super champion. Good picks into this is Elder Dragon, Tryndamere, Volibear, Mordekaiser, Anivia, Aatrox is fine. Once again, how was it called? Magic number. I actually do have one. I forgot what I said, so let me repeat. Elder Dragon, Tryndamere, Volibear, Mordekaiser, Ornn, Anivia, Aatrox kind of. He's like mid-range, but he can work here too. Spirit Blossom Yasuo should be good into this. And we are definitely looking for a really strong high cost support champion, which is once again Elder Dragon or Volibear usually. And there is no Spirit Blossom Yasuo as a support champion, by the way. You will never get that, sadly. Next one we have Mercy Killings. Mercy Killings has a lot of things that I can recommend. We can use Bluetooth fights to completely ignore this rule. So Dreadweight Chase Gun, Luden's Tempest, stuff like that. Warwick is just insane into that. You can use 2 stars upgrade Blood Hunt to like mark for death any enemy, any unit. Enemy or unit, I do not remember. Probably any unit at all. His 4-star upgrade is just made for this special rule. Luxie is Barrier. Spirit Blossom Ahri is Ephemerals, normal Ahri can recall. LeBlanc is kind of fine, and she has extra stats, she can trade on her own terms. Fiddlesticks is fine because once again we're ignoring this special rule. Caitlyn, even 2 stars Caitlyn will work, because traps will, it doesn't matter how much damage it does. Right, it will just mark for death. Kayn will heal up, Jean, Riptide Battery, Vex, yeah, kind of the same. Etc, etc, etc. We have just 1 Mercy Killing, so I'm not really going deep into this one. Next we have Trick of the Light and Repetition. So a lot of champions can be in the list. This is one of the lists that we could discuss. Not like this is unnecessary, but Trick of the Light and Repetition, just, I guess, be creative. Find a created spell that you wanna be triggering again. It can be even, once again, a Dreadweight Chase Gun on Mel. It will be great. Kyle is extremely good into this one. Shapeshifter of Nika, great idea. Any Echoing Spirit. Wild card of Twisted Fate, this is my personal preference, yeah. A lot of things can work here. Chemtech Duplicator, this is just for 10 mana, like, this is not existent. Not everything works, it is a bit different idea. Card, I don't have, that's fine, you got me. Alright, let's discuss these challenges. Challenge 58, this one. So only cunning thing in this challenge is that Yasuo will control the board even better. When he attacks, he stuns our units. So he attacks twice, he stuns 2 units that are weakest on our board. If enemy is attacking first, I would highly consider not to summon anything before his attack resolved. Twice. So we just take that damage, but enemy will not stun anything, thus his level up will not, like, his level up condition will not be improved. It will not strike our units, because, well, when Yasuo stuns something, he will strike it. At least deal 2 damage to that. That's it. And when we are attacking, he might like interrupt our idea to finish him, and he will just use Tempest Blade. So yeah, do not overextend. Be mindful about his attacking that stun strike condition, and that's it. There is no vicious enemy. We're playing around Rockfall Path, so I would really consider not really doing much early on. I would probably play around 4, 5, 6 mana, and that's it. This is supposed to be like not that hard adventure anyway. If we really want something for board control, I would probably pick Misfortune or Mel, if I really care that much. What did I pick? Elise. I was playing around Combat Awareness, which is like the easiest choice, and Let's Rock, yeah, Elise is fine into that. Next is 26. This is Enguard Viego. In that I used Echo. Echo is definitely a better choice. Well, this is skill issue, and we are playing around that. I think we have discussed everything, so that's it. Number 3, this is pretty much any Ionian. Like I use set into these two, yeah. Like these two are mid-rangey heavyweights, kind of, and I decided to pick another one. I use set. 13 is Tranquil Minds and Survival of the Fittest, so enemy has really strongest unit, which in Draven's case is scaling really infinitely. This one, Survival of the Fittest, is getting countered by any standard strongest unit. This is a hard counter, like 3-star Yasuo, but we want to use Yasuo in hard adventures, right? 4 stars Ari and 4 stars Darius. I used Ari because I could. Set will be fine too. Really want to find like something that can recall enemy, reset enemy's buffs, or stun him. So set is a fine option too, especially considering you have just discount with mulligan for stuns, and this should be easy. It shouldn't be bothersome. Challenge number 6 is Magic number Z. Once again, this is not really as hard, but we need to be mindful about how we are mulliganing and what we are picking, because this is Z after all. If we are using 2-star champion, we might lose if we mulligan early. Challenge number 9, Mercy Killings and Tahm Kench and Lee Sin. Easy choice, even 2-star Warwick can complete this one. You just wait, you wait, and then you just kill him. Oh wait, I actually have ideas. Really? So for this one, I would suggest Anivia, Volibear, Elder Dragon, or maybe even Shyvana. But against that, if we really wanna like be in a survival mode, I have written Kindred, normal Kindred, Mel, and of course Misfortune. I use my signature Elder Dragon build. I have a video on that. This is like the most fun I can get from the game. You can look it up on my channel. It is the build that I developed for this special rule, like for this magic number. And I use it ever since. It's been like, I don't know, 2 years? When was it? Elder Dragon was released, I think, just about 1 year ago, right? And I had that idea in me as soon as I got out of the Guardians, ever. It's just that the fact that Elder Dragon is the best using that. This one is Trick of the Light. Yeah, this is one for your creativity, like, you can even use Kale using Gatebreakers, like, you can, just trust. You can look it up. Not like look it up, I mean practice. If you're feeling not confident about using Gatebreaker Kale. I probably tried, no, not in this one. There was one adventure where I tried to use Gatebreaker Kale, but I didn't get to draw Kale. Which one was that? Kale, where are you? Come out and play. Was it this one? It probably was. This one? This one can be that one too, yeah. This is Ezreal, and I was probably trying to do the Gatebreaker thing, yeah. Like a Bluetooth fight. Alright, challenge number 22. Repetition. I used Annie and 2 Dreadweight Chase Guns, so this is just 24 damage round 1 easily. That's it, that's all. Class, any questions? Got any questions? Like, if you're still here, oh my god, I cannot believe that you made it here, even if you just clicked to see what is in the end. Anyway, thank you for watching. Please, if you have any questions, if you feel like I can improve anything, just let me know. I've been working on this guide for like 3 hours, 6 days, I think, 7 days. So it took me over 20 hours to develop everything, and I've been doing this whole year. If you do not know me well, you could find me on Europe ladder this year and last year in the like top 8, top 16. I'm still using Champions without mana flow, and I will probably not use mana flow next year too, since it was almost confirmed by devs that you will not be able to disable your star upgrades, so at least half a year more, I think, without mana flow, without any 6-star whatsoever. I will start using pay-to-play relics, definitely, just to test stuff. It definitely has a lot of value, especially because other people are getting those too. Like, you know, the idea is, so I'm writing guides, or like people that are closer to me, so I have the same problems, the same tools pretty much, right? Like, so many fragments unused. 800 Evelyn fragments, 800 Yasuo fragments. I just want to be in the same boat as people that I'm writing guides for, and my idea is, what I'm trying to say right now, if enemy, oh god, if player has started playing the game recently, they might be doing monthly challenges on like month 2, month 3. It depends on event they participated in. It depends on battle pass they purchased or didn't. It depends on that beginner's bundle for 500 lore coins. It is a huge boost. Like, person might complete 70 out of 70 on month 3, no joke, easily. Maybe on month 2. It probably is not a problem these days because of the huge fragments flow in the game. And point is, unlocking all the free-to-play relics will still take 2 years. We have like 25 something free-to-play epic relics, and right now we can get 3 paid pay-to-play epic relics in 2 months. So how much is that? After 2 years, either way, this is more than 24 in 24 months, right? Yeah, this is 36 in 2 years, yeah. So getting all the pay-to-play relics will be faster than getting all the free-to-play relics. This is just... And also people are not really having all the rare relics when they do guides, when they like read guides, when they listen to guides anyway. How do you level to... so usually there are a couple of things how to level. The easiest thing that I can suggest is, you have Battle Pass, free-to-play part of Battle Pass that gives you 5x fragments, if I recall correctly. Let me look it up. So we have Battle Pass that has... No, this is not free. I should probably use a wiki for this one. I thought this is like between 20 something. It should be earlier, yeah. Upgrade to claim. Upgrade to claim. Free, yeah, well, this is 5x experience. This is how you're supposed to gain experience for free, in a way. So usually you just do every adventure 1 by 1. If you're really willing to to speed up your leveling, you can go to Nautilus Adventure, or you can go to Thresh Adventure. Like, if you played 10 adventures or something like that, and you're just level 10, you can play either Thresh Adventure or Nautilus Adventure. So preferably you want to be level 13. Let me show. You can equip additional common relic to your champion, level 13. At that level, if you have the skill, you can complete Thresh Adventure, which gives you like 2000 experience. 5 times 2000 is a lot. And then at certain point you can afford to go to Galio Adventure, being level 25. Fastest time 80 minutes, oh boy. Those were the dark days of playing at 1x speed. Holy crap. So yeah, you go to this one, this gives you 3500 experience, which is like in total will be a lot if you 5 times it, right? 17,500, and you will be like over level 30. And this is the way, that's how you can easily progress at least to champions. One time Thresh Adventure, one time Galio Adventure. I personally would say that Galio Adventure is like easiest of the hardest adventures. It is almost purely skill dependent. Like you need to understand what you need to do against both Viega and Zoe. I used to lose against them, but as my skill was increasing, I almost was never losing to them. Like, no joke. It is really hard for me to lose unexpectedly against these adventures. Viega can high roll, you can low roll. You will use a revive, but I know how to play into them. If Viega plays his Dawning Shadow round 4, I mean round 3, if Viega just has like 2 or 3 spell mana, and he plays Dawning Shadow and starts cycling that, yeah, that's like not on me. That's some BS that can also happen on Lissandra too. That's not really a skill issue. But just generally speaking, I barely have ever lost, if ever lost this adventure in the last, like, in this year, I don't think I ever lost it. And you can guess I completed this quite sometimes. Okay, so this is good. And also you can do Titans of Runeterra. Volibear is really great. Like, you are supposed to have an idea how to complete this adventure using 5x experience too. Usually this is Chemtech Duplicator and something. On Tryndamere I was using Chemtech Duplicator and 2 10x experience, and I just leveled, I skyrocketed my Tryndamere to level 50. That was my first level 50 of the game. And also another really easy actually adventure is this Warwick. Like 1 mana discount, any 3-star can complete it. This is 4.5 that feels easier than Fiddlesticks. It is probably easier than Draven if your champion fits this theme of created cards. It can be easier than Azir and then easier than Draven, yeah. Teamwork can give you high roll. This is a mana discount. Warwick himself is not really a hard fight. This is just a lot of experience for really close to low effort. I'm not clicking that Baron Nashor now. We gotta wait a bit now. What would I do with glory points if I was just beginning? What's like first time completing them? So first priority would be of course Platinum Vault. Like this is 20 glory coins for 40 champion fragments easily. Best value. And if I was just beginning, I would buy silver reliquaries. All 5 of them. This month and next month too. I would try my best not to ever buy wild fragments. This is really low value. This is really low value. Like, no. This is very easy to resist. This is extremely easy to resist. This is just best, worst in slot. Gold Star Vessel is pretty high value for me right now. This is what I'm supposed to buy. And Silver Star Vessels is what I'm not supposed to buy probably anymore. So if you're looking to upgrade to 4 stars, so Platinum Vault gives you opportunity to get champions. Silver Star Vessels gives you opportunity to upgrade your upgraded champions from 3 stars to 4 stars. Gold Star Vessel gives you an opportunity to upgrade your 4-star champion into 5 stars and 6 stars. Pretty much. That's how you should be looking at that. And thus the cost. Just be mindful that you need on average like 4 Gold Star Vessels per month to upgrade your 4-star champion into 6 stars completed champion. This one gives you 25 Nova Shards on average. Like it is 20, 20, 20, 50. And if we just normalize that, it will be 25 on average. Never get this. This is just 5x, probably not worth it. Stardust can be used if you really need that, if you want to like speed up the leveling, but I would resist it too. Silver Reliquary, I would try to do that. And for the pay-to-play relics, you just, I guess, look up my guide. You might agree with that, you might not agree with that. Like, I have guide for beginners and guide for my personal endgame, which will be different from people that are trying to achieve the speedest of the speedruns. Like, I'm not really doing this the greatest speedrun. Yes, I complete everything, all the 70 in under 6 hours, 7 hours, 6 hours. I'm not using best options, I'm using optimal choices and sometimes worst choices, just to show that this can be done, even using Garen into Katarina. I kind of forgot what I was trying to say. I hope that was completed. Man, it's been 4 hours, 5 hours actually. Yeah, we're still recording. This will be on YouTube too. All these recommendations. Which bundle was I? Wait a second. Did I get the Stardust? I did. So the bundle that I was saying is great value is featured, this one, Path of Champions Starter Bundle. This is 300 fragments and at least 60 more, like 1 coin and almost 1 coin for 1 fragment. Usually when you buy Battle Pass, it is less, it's like 3 coins per 1 fragment. You also get a lot of other stuff. You get Star Crystals, you get Nova Shards, but, you know, level 49, which is Gold Star Vessel, it is already in the free pass. So this is, I think, should be a better experience, a better investment early on if you're not willing to buy Battle Pass. This is like a lot of content, like 5 champions, level 2, this is 1 month of gameplay. So yeah, alright. Ladies, gentlemen, let me know if you have any questions. Please like, subscribe. I don't know what else to say. Like, I know I worked a lot for this one. And just, yeah. And if you were here just for the monthly guide, see you next month. Please enjoy, please do the strategy. Have fun preparing, have fun unlocking, have fun strategizing and doing the thing, you know. Preferably 3, 6, 9, 12, the hardest into easiest. See ya.